I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we can't hear anything on this end. Um, the Kelly and I can't hear anything.
The board to consider all of these ramifications and to avoid making a mistake by moving forward with this proposal without allowing for more thorough consideration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We'll now go locally to Lydia Savage.
Good morning. I'm Lydia Savage. I'm a professor at the University of Southern Maine, and I'm also president of the Associated Faculties of the University of Maine. I'm here speaking today as a faculty member who cares deeply about governance. And what we have heard from faculty and employees repeatedly is that there is a disrespect for any kind of shared governance. I have had frank conversations with Chair Riley, and she has used the saying, "Nothing about you without you." And yet, this program elimination decision at the University of Southern Maine was done in violation of our shared governance document. The Faculty Senate has created a response, and they've asked you to hold off on voting on this, bring it back to campus and have it go through the appropriate governance documents and process before making this decision. The proposal that is before you to eliminate the program mentions that the faculty voted to suspend admissions. They did. They did so because they also had a proposal to include their courses in the larger health science degree. They are in the Department of Health Sciences and Sports, Exercise Health Science and Sports. So the faculty did their job. They knew the enrollment was low. They figured out a new way to be inventive, to be innovative. The proposal went nowhere. It was not allowed to go to Senate. It was not allowed to go to a curriculum committee. It was stymied by the administration, and our next response is that this is on the agenda for you to vote on. Faculty Senate received this proposal to eliminate this degree 1 week ago today. In that time, they had an emergency meeting. They gave thoughtful and considerate deliberation to how this should comport with our governance documents and how this should move forward. I am asking you to respect that. This is something about us without us. Every time I go to a meeting in the chancellor's office with all of the labor leaders, we express an incredible willingness to reach across the aisle and work with administration. We are often at this university system much longer than anybody here. We keep offering, and eventually you slap our hands enough and you're just not going to get that kind of cooperation from us. We will do what we do for our students, but we will not help you. We have tried to help you. We were lobbying it all spring in the governor's house, in the Capitol building, and found out once again you made a decision around paid family leave. Something about us without us. This system deserves better. Our students deserve better. Do better.
Thank you. Mackenzie McDonald, online.
Madam Chair, Mackenzie's not online right now. We move on to Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson. That's not him. Is Paul Johnson online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry that I have to be before you today, but as you've heard from two of my colleagues already, I'm here to talk about the the decision to retrench faculty at the University of Southern Maine. I would also implore the Board of Trustees to look at their own policies and procedures. 305, Article P4 and P5 talk about suspension of program and then elimination of program. There are a number of steps that are spelled out in that document that are meant to have gone through. I'd also like to bring to their attention the arbitration decision that was made on January 30th, 2016. And on page 45, it talks about the fact that you can't retrench faculty and then hire faculty part-time. There's been no teach-out plan made here. Professor Savage and Mike Covell have made excellent points. What is also very disappointing about this is that this program is housed in a bigger academic discipline. That discipline worked with this program to come up with a way in which we could keep the faculty and keep the programs going. As both of my colleagues have said, we've over the years at USM have worked extremely hard to improve things. I don't want to go back to 2014, 2015 and retrenchments again. It was absolutely horrible. Finally, I'd say to the Board of Trustees, there is time on this matter. You don't have to make a final decision today. There are two dates, October 31st and March 31st, for regarding retrenchments. Send this back to USM, make us do our work, have AFM, the Faculty Senate, the administration work together. If we can't work all this out, there is still time. You do not have to make this decision today. Retrenchment is firing. It's bad for morale, it's bad for the students, it's bad in enrollment. You will harm the university. Please do not do this action today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go back to, in person, Cordana Dingley.
Hello, Board of Trustees. My name is Cordana Dingley, and I speak to you today as an alumni of both UMF and USM to ask that the UMaine system divest from all companies complicit in the genocide of the Palestinian people by the State of Israel. Just as other universities nationally and abroad have begun implementing investment practices centered around human rights, so too should the UMaine system cut all financial ties to what has been classified a genocide by countless international organizations. This request of the board is not without precedence. In 2022, the UMaine system began the process of divesting from fossil fuels, and in 1982, the University of Maine's Board of Trustees moved to divest from South African apartheid, making it one of the first universities in the country to do so. I urge the board, these moves demonstrate the UMaine system's commitment to ethical investing, and I urge the board to continue this history and divest from all companies complicit in genocide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe Kai McCarty is online. Kai McCarty.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Kay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for this time and for your consideration and hearing out my concerns. I am urging you to put pressure on the UMaine system leadership to reverse the retrenchment of 2 faculty in recreation therapy at USM. Not only is the sudden action out of alignment with shared governance agreements with our union, it is personally concerning to me as a new faculty member and an active disservice to our most vulnerable Maine communities. As a disability justice scholar, I have witnessed with shock the pointed attacks of the current federal administration on the disabled community and resources designed to support them. Already, programs have been cut, funding has been weaponized, and laws are being disregarded. Having worked both on the ground supporting community members with disabilities and being funded through the Office of Special Education Programs to even pursue a PhD in disability studies, I've seen what these cuts are doing. By disregarding the experts within our recreation therapy program, the UMaine system is complicit in and actively supporting the cuts to things like day programs, which are often the only opportunity for some disabled adults to even get out of their homes. Surgeon General Murphy stood on our campus to remind us how social isolation, a huge issue within the disabled community, is as bad to public health as smoking. And our answer is to cut, without process, one of our only academic programs specifically designed to combat this. It is disappointing, to say the least, does not live up to the mission I signed on to support, and I hope you will urge leadership to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Tom Poling.
Hello. My name is Tom Poling. I'm a first-year graduate student of mechanical engineering up at UMaine Orono. I went to undergraduate at UMaine in the same program. I'm here to express my desire for divestment from companies complicit in the apartheid and genocide in Palestine. As I understand it, in the past, the moral appeals of my compatriots have had mixed results. While some of you have walked away sympathetic to our concerns, others have felt frustrated, offended, or even personally attacked. I'd like to take a second to express my sympathy. I understand that many of you feel that you are just doing your job. I understand that in your role as trustees, it is your duty to make decisions with the good of the whole university system in mind. Furthermore, I understand that sometimes what is best for the university is objectionable, not only to the student body, but to you folks yourselves. Indeed, I want to thank you for the work that you do in making those hard decisions so that I don't have to. Like I said, I'm a graduate student in mechanical engineering. Many of the programs and even buildings in my department couldn't exist without collaborations with folks like Pratt and Whitney or support from the Department of Defense. I see these reminders every day. I hear about it constantly. With that said, there comes a point where you have to start asking yourself hard questions. I've felt ashamed, offended, and even personally attacked sometimes because of the stigma attached to the work that happens in my department. But the fact that I've felt that shame and that guilt has told me something. I understand that we sometimes need to make hard choices, but whenever we can, we need to stand up and prove not just to the world, but to ourselves that we still stand on our principles. We're not asking you to tear down buildings or abandon research funding. We're asking you to take this opportunity to move a little money around, some small fraction of our total portfolio, in the name of peace, and to give the whole university system, us and yourselves, something to hang your hat on, something to be proud of. Give us a way to be proud of our university again. I urge divestment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Chandler Guptill online?
Madam Chair, Chandler is not online, but Vashel Mangain is now online.
Okay, Vishali Mangan? Talk about. Vishali, there you are.
Yes, hello, good morning, everybody. How are you? Thank you for taking my comments. Can you hear me okay?
You could speak up a bit. It's a little difficult.
What about now?
Better, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for hearing my comments. I am an associate professor of economics at the University of Southern Maine, and I would really like to speak up today protesting the retrenchments that happened at our university campus for my colleagues. I'm somebody who was retrenched in the 2014-2015 wave, so I really feel for my colleagues. And more than anything, I'm concerned about the process that was not engaged in doing this. I understand the rationale given was a low number of majors, and this was exactly the same rationale given when I was retrenched in 2014. And the idea that there are so many students who are minors in that department who benefit from it. And I see a through line as an economist. We have an aging population. This program that was cut back is really essential to the healthy aging of the state and the flourishing of this economy. So I really wanted to highlight that as well. And of course, nothing that I say can take away the displacement in the sense of shock that my colleagues and even those of us who were not retrenched this time feel, because this has a very damaging impact on the morale of everybody in the system. I also want to say that we are hiring a tenure track person in our department, and I know the thing that they will do is Google, and what shows up is the retrenchments that happened in 2014 and then now this retrenchment. So it's really not good for building the university, and we need a certain amount of stability in the work. So I will just stop there, and thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Let's move to Melissa Clausen.
Good morning, Chancellor Malloy. It's nice to see you again. Good morning, Vice Chancellors, Chair Riley, trustees, and a special hello to Trustee Moore, family friend. My name is Melissa Clausen. I'm a professor of early childhood education. I'm speaking here today as a longtime faculty member at UMF who cares deeply about my students and about my colleagues and UMF. I often worry that the message you receive about UMF faculty is that we are problematic or unwilling to change, or we are divas. My boa and high heels didn't match my outfit, so I'm not wearing those today. But I can tell you about how similar I am to many of my colleagues. I left a high-paying faculty position at an R1 because I wanted to work with students at a smaller school, smaller classes, and mentoring first-generation students. Coming to UMF, I've been able to do so, although it's changed a lot over time. My teaching responsibilities went from 3 credit courses to 4 credit courses, and then back to 3 credit courses. I took seminars and classes to learn how to teach using Blackboard and then Brightspace. I taught online, and now I'm teaching 3 HighFlex courses, so I'm including a nice mix of traditional students and adult learners. My students have changed too. Many are lacking basic academic skills, probably due to the pause in learning from COVID. Mental health needs have increased. They've gone from calling me their school big sister to school mom. When we reach school grandmother, it's time to retire. This is the same story of many of my colleagues. We also share the same story of experiencing UMF's financial constraints. The first full faculty meeting I attended was in fall 2000. Prior to the start of the semester, the meeting was led by President Theo Calico. In her Theo way, she told us to tighten our belts and do more with less. My colleague leaned over and said, "You better duct tape your desk down." And that was before I really knew about Maine's special relationship with duct tape. Every year the message was the same: do more with less. Even when faculty and students saw the administration make decisions that didn't seem financially sound, like moving to 4 credits or draining our reserves. Faculty are very aware of UMF's dire financial situation. We have been for a long time. Research shows that the public classroom teacher spends $1,000 to $3,000 a year of her personal money. As a UMF faculty, I used to spend about $500 a year on my classes. Now I spend $5,000 to $8,000 a year in my class materials, snacks for my students who are experiencing food shortages, and experiences for my students. This does not include office furniture, conferences, software for my computer, all the things that UMF does not provide. In short, UMF needs to provide more for faculty even with these financial constraints. We need laptops that align with our platforms, including Macs. We have to have computers that are high quality, and we must focus on high quality in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Are either Sandra Wood or Chandler Guptill online?
They are not.
Okay, then we will go to Trinity Firestone.
Hi, my name's Trinity Firestone. I'm a sophomore here at the University of Maine and also one of Dr. Clausen's students. There's honestly a lot of different things that can be fixed within this system that I've seen just from being here for 2 simple years, not even a full 2 years. But the biggest thing that is the people who have so-called power and how they treat us. Even now, when other people have come up, I have watched plenty of you roll your eyes. You've sat on your computer while they were talking, or you would look down at your hands and start picking your fingers. When this time is supposed to be for public comment, and you're supposed to be listening. Not only that, but I went to the meeting with the president, and it seemed as though he didn't even want to be there. Another thing is that during that meeting, someone said that one of our deans had told them that they're never going to be anything with a creative writing major. They emailed a dean asking about something, and a dean emailed back, "You are never going to be anything. You are never going to have a career in this." And our president said, "Oh, well, I apologize, and that doesn't sound like him." Who wants to go to a school like that? The amount of kids I know that are about to transfer out of this school and other UMaine schools is a lot. Not only that, but it's as if they don't even care about us. Teachers come up all the time, and I have plenty of teachers asking me, "Hey, what are the issues that you see?" so they can bring it up to this. And then they come back and say, "Nobody listened to me." All of my teachers have asked for my opinion and come back saying nothing's going to change. I can't even take classes in my own major because it's being cut, basically. There's 5 of us left in my major, and that is the reason that I came to this school. I'm from Virginia. This school is not doing what I came here for it to do. The small classes, so you're actually learning and the teachers get to know you. That's why I came to this school. I was told that it is a place of diversity and a place of happiness and welcoming, and everyone gets to work together and be happy. Yet over this past year and a half, it doesn't seem like that at all. Now I'm the 3rd child, and I have plenty of older cousins and siblings and whatnot that have told me that this is plain unacceptable and that I should transfer out. And they've transferred from their schools because of reasons like this. And I just think it's crazy. Why is there a dean telling a student that they are not going to do anything with their major? Why are we cutting arts programs? Why are we spending $500,000 on clubs where some of them don't even need the money? Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else online? Okay, we'll just, Gabe Sardelli.
Good morning. My name is Antonello, and I am a freshman history student at the University of Maine, Orono. I come here today to hopefully enlighten the board on why people such as myself are advocating for divestment. Let me start with this. We are not a radical minority of the student body. We are the student body. Our movement to divest has brought together a diverse group of students who hold a shared belief that genocide is wrong and that this institution is complicit in genocide. We advocate not for the sake of advocacy, but rather for a purpose. We deeply care about those who are suffering under Israeli oppression, and we believe that this university should not be a part of that oppression. We can reflect on our own state's history and the importance of fighting for what is right. The University of Maine recognizes the traditional territorial holders of the land we currently on, the Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, Mi'kmaq, and Maliseet peoples. So I ask this: when will this board recognize Palestinian sovereignty? When will this board acknowledge that all people from Farmington to Gaza City, from DC to East Jerusalem, deserve to live on their land in peace? Our treatment of the native peoples is a horrific stain on our history, but what is happening now has not yet become history. I do believe that this board can make the moral choice, the right choice, to divest from these companies. I say this in light of the fact that we are approaching the first anniversary of this board's decision to remain neutral on our demands. The choice of neutrality is a blank check that allows this board to prioritize profits over people. We deserve better. We deserve action. We demand that this university, that this board lead for Palestinians and ensure also that we are a model for all universities across America and across the world. Because ultimately, when thousands of people have died, when homes have been reduced to rubble, and thousands more continue to suffer because of your incompetence, whose neutrality are you really speaking for?
Jamila, excuse me, Jamila Lavasa.
Good morning. I'm back again to demand that this university divest from corporations complicit in Israel's apartheid, occupation, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. No doubt you're getting tired of hearing from us, but we're not going away. To be honest, I'm really frustrated with all of you. There's really no polite way to talk about the atrocities that Israel is committing with our tax dollars. We have actually tried to be polite. I feel like it's not getting us anywhere. Maybe the trustees who agreed to divest from apartheid South Africa, maybe they were a more compassionate group than who we have on this board today. When I was a student at USM, students and faculty were asking the Board of Trustees if they would have been willing to invest in corporations arming Nazi Germany. And the trustees said, no, of course not. Even though they had a fiduciary duty to invest the money wisely, they said they would have drawn the line at financing Nazi Germany. And by the way, I really appreciated hearing that, since over 100 members of my family were murdered in Hitler's gas chambers. Once the university admitted that they couldn't have lived with themselves if they'd been using university money to finance genocide, they came to realize the responsible thing to do was to divest from South Africa. University of Maine Systems became one of the first 10 in the nation to divest completely. So what about today? You've all seen the pictures of what Gaza looks like. And by the way, Israel is violating the ceasefire every day. They're still killing people. They're destroying whatever is left to destroy. They're not letting in humanitarian aid in any meaningful way. They're not opening the Rafah crossing for medical evacuations, etc. And if you're paying attention at all, you know that Israel is building more illegal settlements in the West Bank in record numbers, while arresting and shooting children and helping settlers to terrorize Palestinian farmers, burn olive trees, and violently attack everyone, from elderly women like me to baby lambs with their eyes gouged out in front of their mothers. See, there's no polite way to talk about any of this. I could be really graphic, but I'll just say I hope you go to bed with some of these images in your head like I do. I'm sure at least to some of you will agree there's no justification for what Israel is doing. But it's not enough to say genocide and occupation and apartheid are wrong, and you know it. You make decisions about how to invest our money, and it is our money because we are taxpayers and you represent a public institution. You're ignoring us as if our voices don't matter and as if Palestinians don't matter. This should be keeping you awake at night. Let us know when you're willing to reconsider, and I hope it's soon. Meanwhile, we're going to keep coming back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Ann. I'm glad there's only one Ruth Ann. I'm sorry I can't read your last name.
Keister. My name is Ruth Ann Keister, and I'm here before the board as a UMaine alumni, and I'm here to ask UMaine to divest from Israel. I'm asking you to divest from systems that participate and perpetuate in apartheid and a genocide. And the university was able to divest before, and they can do it again. And if the board refuses to divest, my question for you is it worth it? Is the death and destruction of all 2.3 million people, half of whom are children, is it worth it? Is that blood money worth it? Thank you.
Thank you. Gracie Gebel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gracie Gable. I am an undergraduate student at UMaine Orono, studying political science with a double minor in sociology and women's gender and sexuality studies. It's been 11 months since the Board of Trustees, in an executive session, refused to bring our petition for divestment in front of the full board. A petition that, like was pointed out by my colleague earlier, is supported by a large, robust, diverse student population. Additionally, since I last spoke to you in September, we have passed the 2-year anniversary of the genocide of the Palestinian people, although it should always be noted that they have been facing violence and an apartheid regime for much longer. I want to try to put this time in perspective. Since you denied to consider our divestment, over 1,700 undergraduate students and 460 graduate students have graduated from the university and gone on to bigger and better things. 2 semesters and a summer term have passed. I myself have taken 37 credits of classes, getting closer to becoming one of those graduates. I've taken advantage of a travel study program, going to Lisbon, Portugal in May. I've become the vice president of a club. I've attended hockey games, held and attended many other on-campus events. And I have come back to speak to all of you twice in that time, and you still have not moved. Mind you, these are all privileges that students in Gaza do not have. They are experiencing a scholasticide. Israel has destroyed every school and university in Gaza, and due to the Board of Trustees' continued inaction, the University of Maine system continues to fund this and be invested in companies that enable and support this genocide. Companies like Caterpillar that manufacture construction equipment like bulldozers that are used to destroy Palestinian homes and shops in order to create illegal settlements and have been documented to be used directly to run over and kill Palestinian people and activists and aid workers. It is absolutely abhorrent to me that you keep us invested in these companies. Divestment is not new to the Board of Trustees. As we've talked about time and time again, in 1982, the UMaine system voted to divest from South Africa's apartheid state, a decision that was not universally supported at the time, like many people like to portray it as. And also a decision that impacted an estimated 1/3 of total holdings, as opposed to the 0.3% that we are asking you to divest now. I transferred to the University of Maine in the fall of 2024 and immediately became involved in the movement for divestment. My entire time at the university has been spent trying to get you to continue the existing legacy of supporting human rights in the international community instead of tarnishing it as you are now. I know you want to avoid attention. You claim to want to stay in your lane because, as Trustee Barbara Alexander said in that December 17th meeting, this is not a substantive matter that the Board of Trustees should in fact take a position on. But know that your silence will be remembered as a stain on the history and reputation of the University of Maine system. Everyone everywhere has a duty to do what they can to stop this violence. I implore you to do the right thing and divest from companies supporting the Israeli apartheid state and ongoing genocide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mo Drummond.
Hello, my name is Mo Drame. I am a third-year environmental sciences and ecology student at UMaine Orono. I've come here despite being quite a bit ill. There were many times when waiting outside, I thought I was actually not going to be able to deliver my remarks because I was not sure I'd be able to stand for the full duration. and yet I'm still here. I am not here because it is fun. I am not here because I am like doing it. I am here because it is important to do. If the board feels worried for me, do not worry. For the physical sickness in my body is far, far eclipsed by the spiritual sickness in this room. We have heard a lot of justifications for continued investment. We've heard that it's not the right approach to dealing with the situation on the ground. We've heard that we need to wait until the situation on the ground changes. We need to wait until it's more unpopular. All of these things have come to pass in one way or another. And as such, I find that there is not a justification that I have heard of or that I can imagine for continued investment which does not fail. So the question becomes why exactly we are still invested. I understand that the board cannot literally respond to my comment due to the format. Further, in all honesty, I am not particularly interested in whatever response you may have for it. I absolutely concede that there is nothing you could say in defense of your actions and inactions which I would find both ethically acceptable and logically coherent. Rather, I would want the board's individual members to think about what precisely their justification for this course of action is, not for me, but for themselves. There have been moments where it feels like you do not have one. The only time I have seen someone affiliated with the board or university administration address the topic was Chair Riley making the neutrality argument for divestment to a community member at the last Board of Trustees meeting. In response to this, the community member made, not to besmirch their argumentative abilities, the relatively standard argument that you can't claim neutrality while invested in Israel. And Chair Riley seemed to visibly freeze up as if she had simply not heard that argument before. I saw that and wondered if the board had actually considered the ramifications of their actions. History is watching all of us. I know what, if anything, it will have to say about me. What do you think it will have to say about you?
Thank you. Meredith Rufkin? Sorry if I botched that.
I'm Meredith Breskin. I'm an alumnus of the University of Maine, and I spoke with you in Orono. I wish I didn't have to be back here with the students, but I am because of the importance of this. And I hope, I know that you all care so much about the students and about higher education and your responsibility in that picture. You probably feel as powerless as I do about a lot of what's happening in the country, prioritizing war before we prioritize the education of our students. You are not powerless. You are not powerless. Since I spoke with you before, the stories as a nurse practitioner who was trained through the university and having had decades in that field, I'm watching medical personnel come out of prisons or die in prisons in Palestine. And it is devastating. That's just a slice of what's happening. I'm watching folks with only tarps in a day like yesterday, in the rain, in the cold rain, trying to cover a child's body or stand them in a corner so they can get out of that water. We've heard about the devastation. We all know about it. We're watching it. So $1.6 million doesn't feel like a lot. What it does feel like to me is a vote for the students, for people who are working so hard and so passionately and articulately for what they believe is right. I believe that's right too. We can't watch genocide without doing anything that we can do. Anything that we can do. All over the country, students have been vilified, criminalized, some deported, certainly many beaten. We've watched this for the last 2 years. The kids here are standing up and speaking to you. Not once, not twice, but over and over again. I stand with them. I believe you really need to listen. You definitely, well, the Board of Trustees, whoever was on at the time, separated from apartheid in South Africa. Also moved in 2022 to divest from fossil fuels. All of that is student-led movements. All of that was and remains that way. War is climate chaos. To divest from fossil fuels and remain invested in a genocide is nuts. You have the power to do this. It would make a huge difference, not just here for our students, but around the country and for the alumni and the general community. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Talia Cullum.
Hello again. I'm Talia Cullum. I am a third year secondary education student at the University of Maine, Orono. I'm here to say we came out here from Orono. Look at all of the folks behind me talking about divestment. We're all the way out in Farmington. You may think that we are an annoyance to you now, but the anger is just building. There's going to be a breaking point. I think if you see the passion of students now, and that does not move you at all, I don't know what will. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Fletcher.
Hello, board members. My name is Katie Fletcher. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Maine and a member of Mi'kmaq Nation. I drove here this morning to urge you to divest from companies and organizations that benefit and fund the Israeli government's genocide in Gaza. I often feel powerless to do anything substantial for the people of Gaza, but you are in a unique position. You can do something, and it's a different kind of cruelty to dangle that power in front of us. Gaza currently has the largest number of child amputees in history. Almost all homes are destroyed. 80% of schools have been damaged or destroyed, and the UN has decreed this as a scholasticide. And Israel is open about their goal to flatten Gaza City. The University of Maine, and you all know, that you would not be alone in revoking your financial support for Israel. Brown University, Northwestern, Wesleyan, San Francisco State University, and more have already divested. This also wouldn't be a first for the University of Maine. In March of 2022, an UN expert stated that Israel's 55-year occupation of Palestine territory is apartheid. I'm calling on you to divest from organizations that support Israel, for the people of Palestine, and for the integrity of this university. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Colville.
Dear Board of Trustees, my name is Christian Colville. I am a political science major at the University of Maine, Orono. I don't support the genocide happening in Palestine right now. Over 100 have been killed and over 230 injured during a ceasefire, which explains what's been happening during non-ceasefire times. This is indicative of the entire history of this conflict. Israel doesn't want peace, and neither does America. Just over a year ago, the starving and dehydrated Palestinians were offered free meals to help out. When they showed up, though, they were shot. This isn't a one-off. Israel/the American government hates the Palestinians, wants their land, and is genociding them. The confirmed death count in the genocide so far is over 60,000 and 170,000 injured. That's not even close to the actual total though, as journalists are not allowed in the area and over 240 have been killed by Israel for reporting on the conflict. This is one of the worst genocides in history. When compared to the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, we notice the similarities in the conditions of the people. This school gives $1.6 million to companies that support this genocide. Caterpillar, Barclays, Lighthouse, and BlackRock, just to name a few. This is absolutely unacceptable, as that means you are funding and supporting one of the worst genocides in human history. I and my group are strongly asking you to at least stop funding this war. We aren't asking you to get on the ground and protest it, but simply stop giving it our money. I gave you $15,000 this semester in order to get my degree, one of the main goals being to stop this genocide. So when I heard 1.6 million was being given to fund it by this, I realized I may have made a mistake coming to this university. I really enjoy it here, and I believe the community and political science program is very good. However, the fact that you are giving so much to support this horrific genocide is too much for me. We are asking you to end your support of this war, to make us as students feel better, and more importantly, to help end this genocide once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Norton. Leslie Norton?
Good morning. My name is Leslie Norton. I am an alum of UMF. I am a community member and I'm a mom. And I've been talking about what's been going on in Gaza with my kids. The whole time they know everything. I don't need to tell you all the facts because everybody here has already told you so many times. But my kids ask me, why doesn't anybody care? Why won't anybody do anything to stop it? So I'm here because I want to show my kids that there is something you can do. So please do the right thing for the kids that go to school here, for my kids, for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we will be able to get everybody in. Tamara Benson. Tamara, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Tamara Benson. I graduated from UMaine Orono in 2023. Back then, I testified many times to urge you to divest from fossil fuels, which you did. And now I'm here in solidarity with UMaine JVP and UMaine Alumni for Peace to urge you to divest from Israel. You've all been in meetings with land acknowledgements. There's a land acknowledgement on the UMaine website. What if, instead of just acknowledging past genocides, we actively opposed current ongoing genocides? Isn't it ironic to say we oppose what happened and then actively fund the same thing overseas? I'm sure you heard the news. A UN independent international commission of inquiry report in September, this past September 2025, concluded that Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza Strip. This report found evidence of 4 of the 5 genocidal acts defined by the 1948 Genocide Convention, including killing members of a group and deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. It's not up for debate anymore. Israel is committing genocide. I'd also like to remind you that this violence did not start in 2023. Israel has been committing an ethnic cleansing of indigenous Palestinians since the 1940s. For nearly 80 years, they have been systematically destroying the livelihoods of an entire population and snuffing out every effort to bring them relief. Israel has created an apartheid state and turned Gaza into an open-air prison. Genocide. If you want to support genocide personally, that's up to you. It's a really despicable thing to do, but it's your choice. What you should not do is force all 30,000 plus students and hundreds of thousands of alumni to be complacent. It's your job to invest our money responsibly and ethically. Both are important. There is no shortage of places where you can invest our money that are both fiscally responsible and ethical. And yet you're choosing to stay invested in genocide. I'll say it again. If you want to support genocide personally, that is your choice. But do not force us to be complacent in genocide by investing our money in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period, and we will move back to our agenda. Thank you all. And the next item on the agenda is the presentation from our local campus, and President McDonald, we thank you very much for your hospitality, for dinner in the dining common last night with the fun. And we thank President Hadeen for making the switch so that we're up in Fort Kent in May.
Well, thank you very much. And today we want to present our program in special education, which is a critical topic for Maine's pre-K to 12 age students. At UMF, we have 4 really superb faculty members in this field. They do cutting-edge research. They are extraordinarily strong teachers, teaching at both the undergraduate and the graduate level, providing certificates at the graduate level, masters at the graduate level, and undergraduate bachelor degrees. They are thought leaders in Maine, influencing how special education is being state, and that influence goes beyond the state, influencing the rest of the country. So I want to present to you right now Professor Kate McLeod presentation. So Kate.
Thank you. Let's see, can I check my slides, just make sure they all work here? Let's see. Oh, you're bringing them up? Okay. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and we are happy to be here to present to the board about our work here at UMF within the special education department. We have my 3 wonderful colleagues here behind me, and I am happy to speak on behalf of us, but please feel free to interject or share ideas, and then at the end of the presentation, I'll invite everybody up to be able to answer any questions that you have for any of us. So my name is Dr. Kate McLeod. We have Dr. Jessica Apgar, Dr. Catherine Sheridan, and Dr. Brianna Grumstrup. When we think about the state of education here in Maine for our PK to 12 students, what is really important for us, both as researchers, teacher preparation folks, and folks of the community, is that we see a number of issues arising. One, that achievement for all learners is too low. We have students that are not proficient in the 4th reading or in math, and we have students in the 8th grade who are not proficient in reading or in math, and we have really significant number, 75% of students are not proficient in these very basic needs. So as we think about this, we also know that our students with disabilities and our most vulnerable learners are even more significantly impacted. So we want to think about the fact that our achievement for everybody is not where we want it to be here in our state. Our special education identification rates are also really high. So this means that our learners who are eligible to receive special education services, we are about 21% of our PK to 12 population. Nationally, it's around 14%. So not only are we higher than the nation, we are working with school districts every day that have 30%, 40%, even 50% of their learners identified with special education services. And so this is a big red flag to us as researchers and teacher preparation providers. Another issue that we're facing is that special education teacher vacancy is rampant. We have the third highest vacancy rate in the nation. And all of these things, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but what we are also looking at here in Maine is that our students with disabilities, those students that have services through special education, they are spending not enough time in our general education classrooms and settings alongside their general education peers, curriculum, and being part of the community. In fact, we are the 5th lowest inclusive for special education students in the nation. So as we take a look at these challenges, we know that the system as it stands is really not working for any of our learners. And it's also not working for many of our educators if we see that we are losing our special education teachers so quickly. So what the good news is that we spend a lot of time really thinking about what practices, what are the evidence-based practices, and what is the way we can approach education for all learners in a better way. And so what this means is that UMF, particularly as we think about our special education needs, we are committed to creating more inclusive education for students with disabilities. So what does that mean? That means that we are committed to transforming our educational system here in Maine and nationally to really think about how do we include learners with disabilities so that they can learn together alongside their peers without disabilities in general education classrooms. What this means is that we have a lot of reasons why we might do this. Take for our system data from our state. We have learners who are not achieving where we want them to be, students with and without disabilities. We have teachers who are leaving the classroom. And when we think about inclusive education, our research, 50+ years, evidences that, in fact, students with and without disabilities do better academically, socially, emotionally, behaviorally. And one of the most the biggest, most longitudinal studies of students with disabilities evidences that our post-secondary outcomes for learners are significantly impacted when students are included in general education. To you all, this might be a no-brainer. You're like, wait, so students do better on general education standards and assessments and work when they're actually included in general education classes? Yeah. So when we think about this, we also know that it is aligned with the law, both the spirit and the letter. So we have the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which really highlights the need for inclusive settings for students with disabilities that receive services under special education. And we have the Every Student Succeeds Act, which highlights that everybody needs access to general education standards and curriculum, and that we have to hold students to high expectations. What we love as teacher prep folks and folks who have worked long in the field and who've studied too is that we know that when we do this work and we're including students with disabilities in the general education classroom, we have to change the way we operate. No longer can the special education teachers go down the hall and close the room and support students only with special education services, and general education teachers teach over here with the general education students, or what we might call the quote-unquote typical students. There are no typical students. We are now serving really beautiful, diverse range of learner needs, and so when we do this transformation work to create more inclusive education settings, we see greater collaboration between general educators, special educators, support staff, related service providers, and what we see then is that then folks get to work together to support all learners. Job satisfaction goes up. The research also shows that retention increases. So this also means that schools feel better. You enter a school that is really operating under an inclusive education system, and learners are connected with each other. There is greater sense of belonging. And all of us are really interested in how do we do this work to increase achievement and outcomes for all learners and increase job satisfaction and retention for our educators. Inclusive education is really a win-win, and so we are committed to building that here at UMF. Through our special education faculty, and also a lot of the initiatives that we're doing related to all the collaborative efforts it takes. Systems change is complex, as we know from the research, and as you all probably know from thinking about systems change at the UMS level. And so we need collaboration at the State Department. We need collaboration through universities. We need collaboration with school districts at the greater scale of the nation and, of course, internationally. And then, of course, we need collaboration with our students and our families. So when we focus on this, what we have really done here at UMF is provide some leadership, and Joe mentioned thought leadership. And so I think that as we think about our leadership here at the state level from UMF SED faculty, we are committed to creating not only inclusive systems change that can start the ball rolling for our pre-service teachers, our in-service teachers, and impact our learners PK to 12 and beyond, but we're also really collaborative in thinking through how do we make sure that it is sustainable. So to do this, we've got a number of projects, and on this slide, you can see that we have an umbrella project that is called Maine's Inclusive Education Project, and this has come out of a deep and strong collaboration with the Department of Education, specifically the Office of Special Services and Inclusive Education. And what we've done is we've really created many long-term and short-term goals related to increasing capacity for our school districts to provide more inclusive education, increasing capacity across the university systems to really provide teacher preparation that's going to increase inclusive preparation from our general and our and special educators. And really thinking about how do we then also support all the school districts as they create the change, because change can be hard. So one of the major projects underneath the Inclusive Education Project has been creating the Maine State Inclusive Education Framework. Now, sometimes you think about a framework and you think there's a lot of words and a document that then sits on a shelf, but what we're doing is we're really creating an inclusive education framework that helps to guide and support the facilitation of inclusive systems change at the school level. And we have created a steering committee and expanded working groups that includes all of the important people at the table: the educators, special and general, the support folks, the students, the families, the university prep folks, folks that work at the state level and the department level. And all of these people have had an iterative role in creating this document that is supposed to be supporting our state and our school districts with greater inclusion. Aligned with this piece, we have a lot of other arms. So I'll mention a few and then go forward with a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides. But we're really committed to using this framework in a really systemic and supportive way. So we're using it to inform some of the work we're doing with an inclusive higher education summit, where we're bringing together teacher prep folks from around the University of Maine system to really think through how are we using this framework and all of the best practices and research to inform what we're doing in our teacher preparation programs and our in-service graduate programs, so that there is change going out into every area. We're also supporting an inclusive leadership network where we bring leaders around the state together to really get some focused learning about what are some things they're interested in. How do they create a vision for creating more inclusion for students with disabilities? How do we think about a schedule? How do we think about a structure? What are the instructional practices that we might use? And then giving folks time to connect and collaborate. We've developed some really powerful professional development for folks who are working already in schools, as well as our pre-service folks that we want to attend. The annual Inclusive Education Conference, in collaboration with the Department of Ed and the OSSE, Office of Special Services and Inclusive Ed. We have launched our first inaugural one this last April, and people were knocking down the doors to get in. So there is a real hunger and a need for educators to be able to access this type of professional development. And so we're really excited as special education faculty here at UMF to partner so deeply with the Department of Ed to plan, organize, and facilitate these conferences. We also have the Inclusive Education Conference that is specifically for leaderships symposium work. And so this is where we are now in year 3, where we've planned and facilitated a really working symposium for leaders from all around the state working at different school systems to come together and work with each other, work with their teams, and work with the framework and other best practices and tools to think about what are the system needs that they're facing, and what are the steps that they need to take to move towards a greater inclusive systems change for their schools. And this last October, it was just October, right, Jess? We were so excited that we offered it up to application, and we had over 30 different school systems apply, and we stipulated that they needed to come with a real diverse leadership membership. So it had to be somebody who's working in general education and special education and at the leadership level, because we know that these are the folks who are going to be able to make the changes. So we had 26 school teams from around the state come, 150 plus people, and they all left with really clear next steps and action steps aligned with what do they want to do to move forward. And they used our framework, guiding tools, and facilitation support. So we are really at the same time kind of researching, as our researcher has, how are we using these tools here in Maine to support the work? Which brings me a little bit to one of our projects that we're really proud of from the Inclusive Education overall umbrella project is our Inclusive Education model schools. We have 3 elementary schools who applied to be a model school, cohort 1, and we're going to be supporting them as UMF faculty in collaboration with the Department of Education to provide 5 years of systems change and staff development support. So right now we're in year 1, and you can see the 3 of them are up there with their school leadership teams. We had gathered in August to really set the agenda for their leadership development year. And already, I mentioned earlier that when we start to create more inclusive schools, there's a sense of more, there's a feeling of belonging. The schools feel good when you enter. And what we know from our debriefs with our model schools so far, and we're only in November, that students are feeling happier, achievement scores are going up already. Staff are excited to say, hey, I know what Sally's doing down the hall because we meet together to collaborate and plan so we can serve all learners. So it's stuff like this that we're so excited, and we're only in year 1. And what we want to do too, and what we will be doing as part of the project, not want, we're going to use our model schools not only for support through the state. In fact, a couple of districts have already planned visits, and I think already visited one of our model schools to really learn what's going on here. What are the systems and structures that they've set up to find out how do they take that back to their school and do some of that own work. But we're also going to use our model schools in support of our UMF pre-service teachers. So we are going to make sure that these are real lab schools. When they learn about inclusive education and collaboration and how to support learners who have the most complex support needs in general education with us, no longer do we have sending them off into the world without an opportunity to really experience what that looks like. And so we're hoping to be able to send as many pre-service folks to learn from our model schools as possible, with the idea that cohort 1 will then multiply and scale. They'll have to clone us, but it'll be really exciting. So we'll be going on into secondary schools too. So these are some of the photos from the statewide professional development that we mentioned earlier, really thinking about our Inclusive Education Conference and our Inclusive Education Leadership Symposium. So one other thing that I will note is that as we reviewed all of our data and our feedback from these conferences, the ratings were excellent. Folks wanted more, and folks are thinking about all of the ways that they can take this back to their school systems. So we're really thrilled to be partnering and providing our leadership across the state with these items. All of that connects to some of that persistent teacher vacancy that we're facing. So not only special education, which we have noted is the 3rd highest vacancy rate in the nation. This is very significant. We're thinking about our learners that are most vulnerable going without educators. This is such a problem, especially as we're thinking about when we do this well and we're supporting our faculty, our faculty, yes, our PK to 12 educators to work together. UMF and the UMS system, of course, has a really critical role in recruiting candidates who are strong, who feel very well prepared to work in inclusive settings and support all learners with diverse needs, and who are going to stay in the field. So what I think we can really applaud here at UMF is that we have developed, with support of our leadership, really responsive and growing teacher prep pathways. And not just we'll slap a certificate on that educator and they can go into the classroom and teach. These are really pathways that provide robust, high quality learning, mentorship, and professional development for our future educators. 2020, let's see, 5 years ago, we had just the residential undergraduate major here at UMF and the minor, as well as the Spark alternative route, which is folks at the graduate level can take a number of courses that are going to certify them to teach, but it wasn't a full master's program. So since 2020, we have developed a special education master's program that has tracks for certification, for inclusive leadership, for special education administration. We have developed a 4+1, which supports all of our folks in our elementary, secondary, and special education majors to move forward and get a 4+1 accelerated master's, which we're hoping and has shown to be really important for developing duly certified general and special educators who are really prepared to teach in inclusive ways. We've also been really responsive lately to all of the adult learners. We've got a lot of ed techs who want to move forward and become special educators, but we have worked really closely to develop a very high quality, fully online special education undergraduate program for these folks. And that also means that we're really responsive to figuring out when do we teach these classes and how do we make it happen. So we're really proud of our work in this area, as well as, a couple of other areas where we're thinking about, we still want folks to have a licensure pathway if they are adult completers, but maybe they don't have the capacity for a full online special education program that gets the teacher, the accreditation from our full undergraduate program. But they are going to they're going to learn all of the different pieces that we believe is most necessary to get their licensure pathway. So while it isn't perfect, we are still building and growing, and we have 104 students in our undergraduate programs for special education, that includes adult learners, and 175 students in our graduate program. And if we look back to days before the pandemic and how the pandemic impacted our enrollment, we are consistently growing, and we are really responding to the needs of our learners, and then of course how that's going to benefit our PK-12 folks. We have lots of additional partnerships and meaningful field experiences. We have a really strong literacy tutoring program that has gotten launched this year, and so we have faculty who are supporting our pre-service folks to become really skilled literacy tutors. If we think back, oh my gosh, we've got a lot of folks who are not proficient in literacy and reading. This is another way we're trying to really impact that work. And then we also have the Spencer Curriculum and Materials Center, which we don't know if you know this, but it is Maine's only integrated children's lit curriculum and assistive technology center in Maine. And so what this might look like is we're having a conversation with one of the model schools last week, and a new learner had come to school, and they had previously had no communication supports, and they currently are non-speaking. And the principal said, we don't know how to support this learner. What are we going to do? And we recommended that they go to the Spencer Curriculum and Materials Center, check out some devices that they can play around with to support this learner to communicate, and it's all free. So this is another thing that we're really proud of, and that we've continued the legacy of the Spencer Curriculum Center on in this work as we go forward. We have additional collaborations and leadership angles that really support and interconnect with lots of what's going on across UMS. So we've had the opportunity to serve on the state leadership team for the Collaboration for Effective Educator Development Accountability and Reform Center out of University of Florida, which is the CEDAR Center. And with that work, all of our goals have really aligned with thinking through how do we support greater inclusion for our students with disabilities, as well as how do we support our teacher prep programs to be really integrated with this work. And out of that work on our state leadership team, we have now had some infiltration of mini grants, right? With support from our special education faculty across our general education aisles here at UMF. So we've got a grant that's really working to think through how do we create more inclusive math, how do we create more inclusive field experiences, and how do we create more inclusive literacy practices. So we're really trying to hit all of the angles to address some of those major challenges through some of our other collaborative work. We have done I guess two grants now through the UMS micro-credential system. And we as faculty have been leading these to support micro-credentials for inclusive education PK to 12 and creating inclusive individualized education programs. And those are the documents that support students with special education services to access their education. So the way we create those documents are really important for whether or not they receive inclusive ed. And so we have been rolling those out, and we have several hundred folks enrolled in and now rolling completion for the inclusive ed PK to 12. So we're just really working to figure out how do we continue to support at many different levels our work across the University of Maine system to support our educators. And last but not least, as we think about PK to 12, and I think I said that term a few times, right? Preschool to 12. But we know that the ultimate goal is that our students will graduate from high school and go on to have meaningful lives, included in their communities, getting jobs, living independently, doing the work of being a Maine citizen. And so some of the leadership that we're doing in this area is supporting UMF specifically to house an inclusive post-secondary education program. So a couple of years ago, we started conversations with the Maine Department of Ed to really think about might they lend us and allocate funds for us to develop our program here, which would allow and provide students with intellectual and developmental disabilities to attend college here at UMF, which is beautifully situated as the teacher education university within the system, and we would be able to support all of our learners, both our pre-service teachers and our students who would be coming to us for the IPSE program to meaningfully engage and be included. All that to be said, we decided that allocated funds from the Maine DOE, while very exciting, not aligned necessarily with our mission of sustainability. So we also wanted to continue to seek what are some other ways we could get really sustainable work going on here. So we have applied for a federal grant called Transition and Post-Secondary Programs for Students with Intellectual Disabilities. And I don't know if y'all heard, but we had a federal shutdown of the government, so we have not heard back yet as to whether or not we've received that. We did just hear. Okay, we have not heard. And so this was really an exciting opportunity and continues to be because we have been able to collaborate with folks from UMaine and the Center on Community Inclusion and Disability Studies. And we also have some really strong partnerships with national organizations, specifically Think College Higher Education. Dr. Sheridan has some really excellent leadership positions where she can take what she is learning with the regional and national support networks and bring it back to us here at UMF. So what we are really trying to do here, we hope it is clear, we are trying to address the challenges that we are facing here in Maine, in our schools and our communities, by supporting positive, inclusive systems change at a variety of levels, starting with our university pre-service and in-service programs, and rolling out into professional development, state work, inclusive higher education, and beyond. So if you have any questions, I'd love to bring my faculty folk up, and also no, Kathy says no, to answer any questions that you have. about any of the initiatives, the projects, the data, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. And we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Grant.
Thank you.
That's great. It was a terrific presentation, very, very informative, very thought-provoking, but questions? David, Trustee McMahon.
Can you tell us approximately how many special ed teachers there are in the state of Maine? So I can get a handle on the size of your class and your graduates against the total market.
The total, gosh, what do you think? 5? This is an excellent question that I feel like I should know. Do you all know? Kathy, do you know? Yeah, we could look it up.
Great.
While we're looking that up, any other questions?
Okay, Trustee, anything else? I was curious about two things with your cohort schools, which is pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
Can you, within your resources, can you sustain ongoing support of those schools, and if so, how? And secondly, you talked about cloning yourselves, which would be a lovely thing to do, because clearly we could benefit from all your work. But I wonder if the opportunities for you to work with other universities within the system and clone yourself through collaboration.
Exactly. So Chair Riley, I think that we are doing a number of those items, and Jess, I can pass it over to you in a minute. With the cohort, we have support for 5 years to do cohort 1 with the elementary schools, and then cohort 2 with secondary schools. And ideally, who knows, we'd love to do more and more cohorts. But with each cohort, what we're going to be doing is we're going to scale up sustainability by tooling up their leaders and some inclusion facilitators so that those folks can then be regional hubs to support additional cohorts. So in that way, we do plan to clone ourselves through collaboration. And so not only will those folks then support sustainability at schools, but they will be helping to build out a more robust leadership network to support additional cohort work. And we've modeled it really after the positive behavior and intervention support framework and project that has maybe been 15 years in the making now here in the state, in which they have cohorts of folks that are supported through several tiers of work, and then they have regional support coaches. And they also tap folks around the University of Maine system. So we'll be doing something very similar with that framework. And your second point would be, how do we support our connection with the University of Maine system folks? We are definitely also doing that. So it is not just Jess and I out there in the schools all 5 years, but we'll be tapping folks from UMaine, CCIDS, USM to come in and provide professional development. And so again, in that way, we'll just be expanding our circle of support for not only these model schools, but then that scalable sustainability. And I guess one more thing I could say about our plan for sustainability is that as we develop the framework tools and we continue to research, what do folks need as they commit to this change and they implement these tools and supports, we'll be just creating a large suite of tools that can then be supported by facilitators and training up those facilitators so that ultimately we won't need as many model schools because we'll have facilitators that can be supporting schools out in the field.
Great. Capacity building. Good
Jess,
idea.
anything else that I missed? Sorry.
Any other questions? Is there an answer for Trustee McMahon?
Oh, great.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. Okay, so there is no precise number for the 2024-2025 school year. However, the most recent census data that we have says there are over 15,000 teachers in Maine. Of those, about 5,000 are special education teachers. And in the 2023 school year, there were 1,300 immediate vacancies for special education teachers.
Wow. Important work. Trustee.
Thank you so much. This is really interesting. Do you have the tools that you need, and or is there a way for us to be helpful there? One of the challenges I think we see is this longitudinal data around kind of, as we think about inclusivity, right? The longitudinal data is difficult to get and is difficult to say, this absolutely works, so we should fund it, right? And as I think about long-term, how do we keep this going, the sustainable, some of that data is really helpful, not just as it relates to the special ed students that are getting that value, but also to the gen ed students, right? And that may not just be test scores, it may be other factors for the gen ed students too. And so I guess the short question is, do you have the tools you need to be able to come back to us 2 years from now and say, here's the data, here's what we're seeing?
So, yes. One thing that I think we would love to say is we would love to get the Board of Trustees to support with sustainability if that is something that we can, be connecting and learning more about.
Sorry, Ryan, I didn't mean to. The question was, I know DOE struggles with this on an ongoing
That's
basis,
right.
and so like,
That's right. So
are
if
we
we
gonna
can
get back here 2 years and you're not gonna be able to answer those kind of key questions?
So we do have our logic model that is identifying our key priorities, which are all aligned with those 3 challenges that we really highlighted related to achievement data, time spent in general education, and thinking about, well, I guess we don't have necessarily the teacher vacancy data, but we'll be able to look at that too as part of our different data points. So we'll be able to have a lot of that data already. Year 1, and then year 2, and then year 5 is really when we think about systems change, particularly at the school level. That's that 3 to 5 is the time that we'll be able to see and evidence the most robust data changes and sustainability measures. So we'll keep coming back to y'all with data, and we'll be publishing and sharing it out and supporting the work as we go around the state.
Great. Do you have a follow-up? Heather's thinking.
Tell the look on the face. I think the impact on gen ed would be really helpful as part of that too, which
Yeah.
I don't see as in the 3. So that, from my perspective, that would be helpful as well.
We have already been collecting data on all of the student learning, so that includes students with and without disabilities in the general education setting. And what's nice is that we have the classroom assessment data, but we'll have the standardized assessment data, which takes assessments for everybody, so we'll be able to see that. And another thing that we can always provide you, not only with our model schools, but with that 50+ years of research that really evidences what that looks like and how it changes over time. I have been part of studies when I used to be at Syracuse University, shout out Melissa, to think through what does systems change for inclusion create for all learners, and we'll also identify, and so it wasn't in those 3, but we look at attendance data. That typically goes up. We look at disciplinary action. That typically decreases, right? We look at all sorts of different measures across the whole school and connected to students with disabilities and additional subgroups. So it also impacts when we do this work in really meaningful and sustainable ways. It's going to impact students of color. It's going to impact our multilingual learners. It's going to impact students who are living in poverty, because we start to teach and support all learners in new and better ways. So we see achievement go up for all of the subgroups when we do this work. So we'll be collecting data on that as well.
Great, thank you. I think you've satisfied the questioner. Trustee Alexander.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering what the interaction with the other universities who have educational programs has been, your experience, and what can the board do to identify and promote best practices in this area that would be something that we would discuss, or at least talk about expecting to replicate throughout our teacher educational programs, which are scattered throughout our university system.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the Inclusive Higher Education Summit and Network as one way? And then after you do that, I was thinking I could talk a little bit about the way we're supporting the work with CEDAR.
Well, this Friday, we are bringing together faculty members from general and special education programs across the UMaine system to look at the framework and think about ways that we can use that to guide conversations. There is, at this point,
low attendance from the general education faculty side, and so I think we're going to spend a lot of our time problem solving ways to make those connections with our general education teacher prep colleagues across the system, and really thinking about ways that we can help them understand the imperative to create more inclusivity in their programs. And it's helpful for people to be able to see kind of what the priorities are from Maine DOE and what these partnerships can look like, and then how it will improve programs across the board, preparation, teacher retention, all of those things which benefit all of us tremendously. And what else would you add? Where did she go?
Yeah, I think for for the higher ed summit, that seems like the goal for that, for sure.
That's our goal. And so your question is, how can the board support conversations across? I think helping us to get the word out about the need to prioritize inclusive education as a systems change effort and something that the university system supports across the board. I think I heard sometimes people don't recognize that inclusive education is not a special education thing, that it is something that impacts everyone that is working to prepare educators. And so as a board, I think that messaging is really helpful to promote. That's the only concrete idea I have at the moment, but I can generate other ideas in the future. What do you think, Kate?
No, I'm just going to add one more thing about the work that we've been doing as a state leadership team in collaboration with CEDAR has brought together folks from USM, UMaine, Augusta, as well as folks from around different organizations, you know, in the department. So again, crossing the aisle, Department of Education too, to set up for really key goals around how do we support this work at the teacher preparation in University of Maine system. So it could be interesting for us at CEDAR to create something that would be informative for the Board of Trustees to sort of take a look at what are our goals, how is it aligning, what are those collaboration across the university system doing? Because I'm thinking, you know, at the University of Southern Maine, Walter Kimball has been spearheading a lot of the work around apprenticeship, and so he, you know, and that's where we are supporting ed techs to get paid doing their job, and also apprentice to become special education educators. And so he has some work going there, and so he's trying to connect it to things that we're doing with the model school project here at UMF. And so there's a lot of really interesting things going on that we might be able to concisely share with you all, if that would be helpful.
Great. Great, thank you very much.
Yes, and Catherine has one additional.
So I just wanted to share a little bit about our collaboration with the UMaine Orono campus in planning for an inclusive post-secondary education program. So really broadly, across the nation, there are over 300 programs that serve or students who have intellectual disabilities across the nation. There is one program in Maine. There's only one right now, and it's at a private university. So our collaboration in developing a grant with the Orono campus would allow for our state to really build programming out at public institutions. And if we're thinking about supporting our aging population and making sure as many young people as possible are able to enter the workforce with the skills they need, we have a really unique and wonderful opportunity as a system to build that out. And yeah, Jess, I don't know in terms of concrete actions for support what we can request, but we know from a research level there are kind of 4 key components to inclusive education. It's time, instructional effectiveness. Hold on, I normally have this acronym memorized. Yes, okay, time, instructional effectiveness, engagement, and then support. And that comes from every level of systems at school, at the kind of broad level, at your level. So keeping that collaboration open kind of across our campus systems, but also with you all will be really valuable. So thank you.
Well, thank you. We really have a greater understanding of the great work underway, and we really very much appreciate your time and insights. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, with that, we are moving on. We are taking a break? if people want to take a break? We're cranking, okay. And everyone can take a break as you wish. How's that? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a busy time with so many different challenges facing the universities, but it's always good. I've had the opportunity since our last meeting to be at USM for terrific discussion. Roger was there as well on pluralism, the initiative underway there. At UMA, when there was a great ceremony of some new activities in the aviation field, new programs and new opportunities, and one of the most articulate students I've heard in a very long time making the case for how important that is. And I had the opportunity to join President McDonald at a UMF forum with staff about the budget and challenges before us. A very engaged group, very interesting discussion. So thank you all. It's clear that so much is going on at every one of our campuses, and just great stuff. I did want to briefly report for the public, we did have a retreat of the board, the leadership of the system and the presidents, to really sit together and think about the future. And in that discussion, we wanted to clarify sort of where we're headed, given the headwinds of demographics and budget and federal and state changes, and to guide the board to support our universities as best we can, and to have a clear vision for where we're headed, sort of a North Star for what the goals of the system are. And I'll share the preliminary thinking from that discussion, and that is there are 3 points that we think are the desired state for the future of the university: an excellent, financially sustainable, innovative system aligned with Maine's workforce and community needs, consists of distinctive universities with unique strengths and a growth mindset, unified by a strong system, and recognized as a national leader in access, affordability, research, and workforce preparation. So those discussions will guide some future work that we'll do together to try to establish some criteria from which we measure proposals before us from each of the universities. In addition, we talked about advancing our online presence. So much is going on already, and you'll be hearing more about all of those activities as we work together to sort of make sure the university is best positioned for continued success well into the future, and sustainability in tough budget times. So thank you to everybody. It was a truly great discussion, and we wanted everyone in the public to understand that we're having those discussions. Those will be, obviously, no decisions are made until they're public here at the board meeting, but there's work underway. So thanks to everybody. And now for the fun part of our agenda, the updates from our campuses and from our university presidents. And I will start with President Farini Mundy.
Thanks, Chair Riley. Good morning, everyone. A few quick announcements from the University of Maine. I'm pleased that we have made 2 significant appointments in our senior administration. One is to Giovanna Guidoboni as the interim vice president for research. Giovanna serves as the dean of the Maine College of Engineering and Computing as well, and brings extraordinary background to this position, including her own work in startups and in very applied research meant to solve challenging problems nationally and in the state of Maine. In addition, at this time, we've named Mr. Scott Delcourt as the dean of the graduate school for the coming months. These 2 positions now are both key level positions for us at UMaine. We also bid Cody Vararamian, who served more than 8 years as Vice President for Research and Dean of the Graduate School. Best wishes in his next steps. On the research front, there's much that we can report. I'll pick out one very interesting result because it represents rather basic research and it's groundbreaking for us. As people may know, there's a focus now on a new wave of advanced nuclear reactors being used across government to look at energy solutions in particular. And it turns out that nuclear reactors reach very high temperatures, and having accurate sensors that can look at the temperature and can also look at, can function within high radiation levels is really important. And a team at the University of Maine has reached new breakthroughs with a microelectronic sensor that will withstand both the radiation levels and the extreme temperatures. It's a nanotechnology solution, which will give real-time sensor data as well. And I want to congratulate Mauricio Pereira da Cunha and his team, because this is very interesting sensor-based work in extreme conditions. They've been doing this for years, but this is especially relevant right now. We've been able to support faculty through a gift fund co-managed by the Vice President for Research and the Provost in receiving seed funding to stimulate new research proposal development at a time when faculty are eager to have that kind of support. 19 faculty have been able to benefit from these grants to get started. There's a fair bit of athletics news. I'll just quickly say that women's soccer has now achieved what they call a three-peat in winning the America East Conference Championship for the third time in a row. Women's cross country has achieved its first ever America East Championship, and their coach Adam Ward named America East Cross Country Coach of the Year. UMaine Machias has opened a new on-campus food pantry in the Student Success Center, and we're very grateful as a system, and particularly University of Maine, UMaine Machias, to Senator Collins in this latest round of appropriations bills that have been passed. There's $1.3 million in congressionally directed spending coming to us for a forest health lab and an early college student support center through Senator Collins's efforts and the rest of our delegation. So we're very thankful to all of them.
Great news, thank you.
Yep.
President Edmondson.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share news about our first economic impact report at the University of Southern Maine. You may have seen the report, but I would like to highlight a few of the points of pride that are part of that report. The university generated $384.5 million in total economic activity across the state during the last fiscal year through its operations, payroll, construction, and student and visitor spending. USM supported over 2,500 jobs across Maine and produced $56.4 million in tax revenues at the local, state, and federal levels, underscoring the university's role as a major contributor to Maine's economic growth and workforce development. In fiscal year 25, the USM Career and Employment HUD coordinated over 3,200 placements at 183 businesses and 148 public and nonprofit agencies. Related to this, the Hub also recently received a $100,000 grant from the Ava Gadasset Foundation, which will expand our paid internship opportunities in the arts and humanities. 86% of USM graduates choose to remain in the state after completing their degrees, and 36% of students from out of state decide to stay and work in Maine. So we're really proud of those numbers. The Osher, I'll back up to sports. And we also had success with our women's soccer team. I don't know that it would be called a four-peat, but our women's soccer team won 4 consecutive LEC championships just recently, and they advanced to the first round of the NCAA tournament over this weekend. On November 5th, we held the second USM Forum on American Democracy. As the chair mentioned, both Chair Riley and Trustee Cates were there. That information is on the USM President's website if you'd like to take a look at the video for both the event with Ibu Patel and with Raj Vinikota. And finally, the Osher School of Music Gala is on December 5th at 5 p.m. in the new Cruz Center for the Arts. Please be sure to join us for that event. It's going to be wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. President Hadeen.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So first of all, I would like to start off with on October 22nd, we had our first annual Putzen Fest. Now in the St. John Valley, it's pronounced Putzen. In other places in the United States, it would be poutine. And it's French fries topped with the cheese curds and gravy. And our Sodexo crew did this amazing 10 varieties of putzen. They had pizza version, a Bengal version, a dessert version with sweet potato fries. It was incredible. So maybe you'll have to join us next October for our second annual Putzen Festival. Next, on October 28th, seriousness here with the Hurricane Melissa that devastated many parts of Jamaica. At UMFK, we have 31 students from Jamaica. We are currently in a campaign with the organization American Friends of Jamaica, and they do a one-to-one match. And so we're raising funds to help those in Jamaica. It will help to provide support on the ground, relief efforts, food, clean water, medical supplies, and rebuilding assistance. Also on campus, we have been able to provide during the break. There's like a month where students that live in the resident halls have to pay to live in the resident halls during that time. So all of our Jamaican students will be able to stay there for free, and we're also creating, they also don't have access to the dining halls during that time. So we're providing some additional support, so they'll have at least 2 meals a day in the dining hall during that time to support the Jamaican students. Also, when it first happened, many were not able to reach family members, because all the internet was down, and that's how our students communicate with their families. So we provided landlines for them at the cost to the university. It's very expensive to call to Jamaica. And so we had 2 phone lines going so that they could constantly be trying to reach out. And now I'm fairly certain that the majority of our students have been able to make contact with families. Many of our students, their homes have been lost, as well as places of employment for their families. So it's a trying time for our students. So we've been trying to do whatever we can to support them. Next, yes.
Is there some way to generate a system-wide set of information about the needs that you have for these students? I can imagine that the entire University of Maine system would like to know and provide a way to help you.
Sure, we
and
could
direct,
actually get the
resources.
campaign information out.
Yes, thank you.
Especially we're so pleased with this one-to-one match that's going on right now. We'll get that out to everybody. On November 7th, we had an open house for 125 high school students from Aroostook County. So that is always exciting to have those students on our campus who are considering joining us for next fall. We've hired an esports coach, Austin Clokus, and the softball coach, Luis Perez. So we're filling all of our teams now, thrilled about that. Also related to sports, we just had the USCAA national tournament this past weekend. Our women's soccer team took 3rd place. Their coach, Jermaine West, was named Coach of the Year. And the men's soccer team last night played for the national championship and lost to Salem University 4-3. So 2nd place for our men's this year. We're very proud of both of our teams. And then last, this Thursday night, we have author Dennis Ledoux, who will be at our Acadian Archives, and he'll be discussing his most recent book, Here to Stay, Lives in the 17th Century Canada. And those are my updates. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we all have your Jamaican students
Thank you.
in mind. Ooh, rough. President Cushman.
Thank you, and good morning. As the chair mentioned, last Wednesday, November 12th, the University of Maine at Augusta celebrated the launch of the Aircraft Maintenance Technician School, or AMTS, and showcased UMA's growing leadership in aviation education. The event featured greetings from Senator Susan Collins' office, recognizing her pivotal role in securing federal funding to establish the program. Attendees also heard from Program Manager Mariah Wilcox and a soon-to-graduate student whose experience reflected the program's transformative impact. Assistant Professor of Aviation Danielle LeClaire outlined UMA's broader aviation vision, including potential future programs in air traffic control and airport management. Partners joined in showcasing hands-on demonstrations with virtual reality tools, drones, and flight simulators, alongside UMA's Cirrus SR-20 G6 fleet. The event demonstrated UMA's commitment to preparing Maine's aviation workforce and advancing the state's aviation economy. We've had successful site visits from 3 of our external accreditors last month. We won't know the final rulings, but we have some highlights from the visiting team's exit reports. So for Vet Tech, the accreditors were impressed with the recently renovated space in Camden Hall and the integration of a Syndever, a synthetic cadaver, full-scale model dog, into the academic curriculum. Education, the Maine Department of Education visit, we received commendations for multiple standards. And Mental Health and Human Services, we had our first site visit from the Council for Standards in Human Service Education. And finally, in addition to those site visits, NACEP, or the National Alliance of Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, is evaluating our proposal from our early college program for accreditation. We received very positive feedback on our written report with minimal requests for further information, and the site visit is expected in the spring. I'm pleased to share a significant collaboration that strengthens safety and operational efficiency across our system. On August 28th, UMA formally launched a new partnership with the University of Maine Police Department. This partnership brings dedicated UMPD officers to the Augusta and Bangor campuses, providing enhanced patrols and training, crisis response capability, and community-focused policing tailored to UMA's student population. The shared services model improves safety presence on campuses while avoiding duplication of resources. Early results already show stronger visibility, improved coordination on emergency planning, and a deeper sense of confidence among students and employees. It's a strong example of how collaboration across our system can elevate service, stewardship, and the student experience. And finally, following a strong fall semester enrollment of nearly 3% growth over last fall, our spring 2026 registration is up more than 4% as of last Monday's enrollment report. Coupled with a summer 2025 surplus of credit hours, 9% over budget, we're pleased that our recruitment and retention efforts have been successful. I remain grateful to faculty and professional staff advisors and all of our staff and enrollment management functions who are leveraging retention schools such as the EAB's Navigate platform and EdSites, our new conversational text-based chatbot that is communicating with current students every week with AI-based interactive text messages and identifying students at risk of attrition or in need of additional support or outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. And your Provost Zakis has reminded us over and over again that you have a plane, but it was impressive to see not only do you have a plane, but your partner organization has put your logo on 6 other planes.
Yes, that's why I referred to the fleet. Exactly. Thank you.
President Rice.
Thank you. A few items. One, I want to thank Joan and her team for the opportunity to speak at the Don and Linda Zillman Remembrance, which was just 3 weeks ago now, and I had the good fortune to talk right after Joan. And it was a good reminder of the impacts that the Zillmans had, both in his role as the Dean of the Law School and then, of course, as president of my institution, the significant gifts that they gave to multiple institutions, particularly the ZAM Museum, University of Maine, and then my institution, which more of that to come soon, but it looks like the single largest individual gift ever bestowed to the University of Maine at Presque Isle by the two of them. On another note, and this is a note of research and engagement with communities, I want to do a shout out to Dr. Jason Johnston, who's been at the university for many years now. I'll put him in that category. He has profiled and actually provided the scientific research for an article that came out in the Bangor Daily News just the other day, November 14th, about Maine's climate change and winters growing warmer, and particularly looking at Aroostook County as the epicenter for the most significant climate change in the state and the impact that will have on Aroostook County. And hopefully people are listening to that, because that is going to cost, it's going to have an immense impact economically, as well as in regards to the type of industry that occurs in Aroostook County, let alone obviously the environmental impact on our natural resources. But very great example. You've heard, Chunzhen Wang often gets invoked for the work he does, but Dr. Johnson's an example of the input and the years of work he's done that influences this kind of essential information. I'll put a quick note out about we're very glad to be holding the 7th annual Holiday Gift Fund, and that is for annually now for hundreds of wards of the state, both adults and children. That is done in conjunction with the University of Maine at Fort Kent and the Northern Maine Community College. And that drive starts in a couple weeks. Actually, I think it will start next week. And again, that has grown into something that we serve virtually every ward of the state in Aroostook County for that group. And it's a great partnership with those other two institutions. One quick note on enrollments. And my thank to this board for approving the Masters of Science in Business. That launched to over 200 students this fall already and is growing very rapidly. So that's a great example of a program that is meeting the need of individuals both in the state of Maine, but particularly outside of the state of Maine, looking for competency-based graduate programming. Also, you probably heard this morning, there was a report about international enrollments being down 17% across the United States this year at institutions. We saw a drop in our international students, for instance, in the Your Pace programming in the second summer session and first fall session, but we saw a recovery the second fall session that actually exceeded previous enrollment levels. So an interesting trend is, and something for us, I think, in the University of Maine system to be mindful of, international students looking at asynchronous online programming, the opportunities we have in that market, that we can actually improve on our enrollments and kind of buck that trend that you're seeing reported nationally. Last thing, this is purely gratuitous, but I'm a Dickinson College proud graduate, and the Red Devils men's soccer team is in the Sweet 16 for nationals, and they have an opportunity, I think, to win the entire NCAA Division III. So just rooting for them. Thank you very much.
President McDonald.
Well, I'm grateful that we are all playing in different conferences, because I want to brag that our men's and women's cross-country team won the North Atlantic Conference Championship, and for the men, that is a three-peat as well. The other thing I'd like to report is we received a $4,000 grant from Swipe Out Hunger for our food bank, which has, of course, been very important during the shutdown. Last time you visited Farmington, we spoke about the problem of new teachers not persisting in teaching. And, you know, our New Teacher Academy is now supporting 145 new teachers and mentors in 9 rural districts. So we're trying to work at it, and you heard from Kate McLeod of the work that we're doing in special education. So Farmington is a traditional residential undergraduate university, but the profile is changing. And so in our census of October 15th, 28% of our enrollment is graduate. 12% are transfer students, 19% are part-time as we develop our adult completion program. So you see the changing nature of higher education, even at a traditional residential university like Farmington. Finally, as Chair Riley mentioned, we're conducting a number of brainstorming sessions about the changing nature of higher education. And so we have had meetings with faculty alone, we've had meetings with staff alone, we've had meetings with faculty and staff together, and a meeting with students. And brainstorming ideas on how we address these changing needs. And so I would say that they fall into a number of categories. The residential experience, ways in which we could improve the residential experience, cost containment, curricular reform, career preparation, and improving teaching. So we have all these suggestions. Everyone who came to these sessions provided multiple recommendations, and now we are taking those and getting that Venn diagram of, you know, what's a good idea and what's also a feasible idea, and seeing if we can then get working groups who will move those out to implementation.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you. Last but certainly not least, President Softly.
Well, that was
It's
a great start, huh?
It's collaboration between the board and
There it is, fabulous. So I just want to say once again that Maine Law does not have a plane. It does not have a soccer team. However, this year, Maine Law reinstated the annual Fall 5K run, which was fabulous. I prepared for it robustly, and I am happy to tell you that I greeted all of them at the It went very well. But here's the really exciting news from Maine Law. Last year, I perhaps crowed a lot about this. We had the largest class in 20 years. We seated 105 students in that 1L class. We had an increase of 60% in our applications last year. And we were all concerned that it may have been a blip or an aberration. It was not. Our applications this year are up over 90% over last year's applications. It's pretty extraordinary. We've had to actually reorganize how we are reviewing applications just to make sure we are seeing all of them. We will, I believe, meet our goal of getting Maine Law to its goal of 300, maybe 310, that will be plenty, students from 260 where it was a number of years ago. Don't let him get rolling on, oh, couldn't we get to 500? And I just very quickly, we're trying to discern what it is that has really brought in so many additional applications from many from Maine, many from out of state. Wonderful credentials of the students who are applying, and we know that the facility and everything you all did to help get UMaine into a respectful facility has made a huge difference. Its geography, its being in the center of the courts and the law firms and the blue economy has really made a big difference. We also know that Maine Law's value proposition is really big right now. Our tuition is the lowest in New England and actually far beyond. And at the same time, the excellence in our programs is really getting out there in the world. So it's a terrific, terrific law school. The price is wonderful. And we have some really exciting things going on. I won't list them all, but I will tell you that Professor Anthony Moffa just returned from the Conference of the Parties, COP30, in Brazil with 4 of our students with all kinds of information about the environment and where we will go with those programs. Our business and law clinic will officially open in January. We're very excited about that. And very recently, just last week, Professor Anna Welsh, who is the director of our Refugee and Human Rights Clinic and has been recently the co-director of the entire clinic, received the Louis Skolnick Award for Civil Rights from the ACLU to just a huge audience. Hundreds of people gathered to salute all the work that Anna has done personally and that the Maine Law clinics are doing across the board, and I'm incredibly proud of them. And now I will be quiet.
That's great, that's great, and congratulations on opening the business clinic, that's great. Thank you all very much. Great updates, upbeat and exciting activities for everybody, and keeping on time. Let's move on to the red line board policies. They're in your materials. I assume you've all read them, so Barbara, I don't think we need to do a summary of them, but you can certainly answer questions, and I turn to you, Trustee Alexander.
Thank you. We have 2 votes that I'm asking for you today. One is a vote to amend the red line changes to Board Policy 202, which is now written to formalize our Zoom or online version for public comment and input. Board Policy 303, 303.1, 304, 305, 305.1, and 305.2. Most of these changes are intended to provide more plain language, to inject the proper phrases that we now use to refer to all of our units as universities and the law school. We've eliminated the Farmington exemption to the maximum number of credits for a degree. So these are changes you all saw, and I am not aware of any comments or questions from outside our little group here, and I would ask that the vote be taken, barring any other questions or concerns from the board here today.
Thank you, and thank you to you and Trustee Eames and Trustee Flood for doing all this important work as we plow through it to modernize our bylaws. Any questions on any of these? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution that the Board of Trustees approve the final version of the edited board policies 202, 303, 303.1, 304, 305, 305.1, 305.2, as initially presented in redlined form at the September 2025 board meeting and provided at the November 2025 board meeting materials in final form. Could I have a motion? Trustee
So
Alexander, seconded by Trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
You might want to get the online votes, Trish.
Oh, sorry, I'm glad that they raised their hand. I'm glad people remind me of this. I think a hand raise is sufficient, isn't it, Beth, if we can visibly see them? Oh, it might. Trustee Martin?
Yes.
And Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Thank you. Now the motion passes. And we have new proposed board policies on the 90 credit hour program.
Yes, this is new board policy 316. This policy is word for word reflecting the policy statement that we voted on previously, which establishes the safeguards for our 90 credit applied bachelor degree programs. And again, this is a document that reflects a decision at a high level that we've already made, but is important to list in our policy book. So that's why this is here.
Any questions? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees approve the final version of the new Board Policy 316 as initially presented in redlined form at the September 2025 board meeting and provided at the November 2025 board meeting materials in final form. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Alexander, seconded by Trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Great. Screen, I've got it. Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. This is a happy and sad one. It's, we are bidding goodbye to Lisa Leduc, who's been such an active and wonderful faculty representative, but I will turn to, no, I guess I won't turn to anybody, to President Rice.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I would definitely, before I introduce Professor Nunez, I first want to thank Professor Lisa Leduc for the role that she has held as a Board of Trustees representative to the faculty of the University of Maine at Presque Isle, which she actually came into that role at the same time I came in as interim president. So we have seen through quite a number of board meetings and challenges and as well as opportunities for our institution. And having her in her role supporting the University of Maine at Presque Isle has been as critical, I like to think. I should say I have been hopefully as critical in my role as president that she has in the role that she has played with the Board of Trustees and representing our faculty. I am very pleased, though, even though she is no longer in this role, she will continue in leadership roles at our institution, including as chair of the College of Professional Programs. So Dr. Leduc is not going away anytime soon from the leadership roles that she does provide. So my thanks to Lisa for all of these years of service.
I would say that I think your beard and my hair were not as gray when we started in like 2015, 2016.
I think that is, although yes. And I have even less on top of my head. With that, I am very pleased to announce that succeeding Lisa after this period and voted in by the faculty of the University of Maine at Presque Isle is Assistant Professor of Fine Art and Art Education, Heather L. Nunez. Heather actually received a BA in art education from the University of Maine at Presque Isle back in 2009. She actually survived several classes that she took with me as an undergraduate when I was a very wet behind the ears faculty member at that time, and went on to receive her master's in education and curriculum and instructional strategies at the University of New England, is currently pursuing a PhD in education about the landscape of creativity in rural settings, which is highly appropriate for where she has ended up now in the last 2 years as a full-time faculty member, including this year in a tenure track position at the University of Maine at Presque Isle. She has extensive experience in the system. She also spent time as a full-time instructional designer at the University of Maine, Augusta, then came to the University of Maine at Presque Isle, both as an adjunct faculty member, as an instructional designer for the University of Maine at Presque Isle, and worked with a plurality of the faculty that are now at the institution. Was also then became the director of our Center for Teaching and Learning. And then we were fortunate enough when we had an opening for an art faculty member for her to come on board, as I said, as both somebody with extensive art education experience and her wonderful experience in fine art. Her concentration was in painting, but it's actually mixed media, and I'm very fortunate to have some of her works at the university and in my personal possession. And so very pleased to see that she will be moving forward representing the faculty at the University of Maine at Presque Isle.
Wonderful, thank you. And let's quick pass the resolution unless she changed her mind. That the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the faculty representative of the Board of Trustees as presented. Could I have a motion? Trustee Flood, seconded by Trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Wonderful. Welcome. Oh, I did it again.
We really want to vote yes on this.
I know. Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes, enthusiastically.
Now it is a vote. And if you would just rise and we can welcome you officially. Great. And on that happy note, we are on time and we are breaking for lunch. And we will be back at 1 o'clock next door.
It's going to be back in this room. I'll have them open the
Right where breakfast was, so we will go and move as quickly as we can through lunch. Thank you all. Be back at 1. How are we doing here? It's 1 o'clock, we're going. Yep, and then. Convene, please, please. Okay, as we reconvene, I want to make just a little public announcement of something we talked about in executive session, and that is that Vice Chair Eames may have to leave a bit early because her incredible career from which she recently retired her work is being honored with an award from the Maine Domestic Violence, and it's an impressive and important acknowledgement of a job very, very well done. Okay, let's turn to the Chancellor's update and Chancellor's report. Sir.
Good to be with everybody. It'll be relatively short. Number one, I did all of my campus visits before the first snow, so we're very happy with that. But actually, it goes a little deeper than that. This was probably the most supportive, happy sharing of ideas. It was very different than when we originally started these visits, and some good ideas were put on the table by faculty, by staff, by students. We answered questions, and it was in all ways that I can measure a very positive set for this semester that we're currently in. So I appreciate the presidents and their work on making sure that those things came together on their campuses, and we continue to honor our commitment to visit each of the universities during both of the primary semesters. By the way, if you go up to Fort Kent, no matter what time of the year is, remember to bring a coat. Because it wasn't snowing, but I was freezing. So cold.
I hate being cold.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Excuse me. You were the president of what campus?
A couple of other things. For all of for everyone on the team, moving from one insurance company to another insurance company is a very difficult change for people to adjust to, and not having all of the answers to be given and guaranteed on day one was difficult. But I do want to share with the trustees that by moving, we are saving millions our cost will be less than it would have otherwise been, in the millions of dollars per year for the 3-year contract if that remains. But I also want to say that a number of people were part of getting that done. Amy back at the back road back there did really wonderful work in making sure people understood what was at stake and why this might be better. I want to, Carolyn Dorsey did a great work as well. I had a small part to play, probably made about 67 calls a day, working both on the insurance side as well as the Northern Light side, and very happy that we were able to land this and land it in such a way that is being accepted and in some cases saluted. So I really want to thank everyone. Ryan also was part of that as well. I shouldn't leave him out. So we're very happy with providing great health care at a lower cost than we might otherwise have been, and it would have made what Ryan referenced earlier today on the benefit side, an even larger increase. So very, very good with that. I do want to say that I think we are, I should say, as I check on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times, our numbers are looking good. We're slightly ahead of where we were last year. But yeah, every calendar has its own adjustments, and so we have to watch that on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. But I would say that we are, our folks at each of the universities are doing a great job in reaching out to students. And again, very proud of that we are getting more and more folks to come back to our universities to finish a degree that they may have started with us or at another university and never finished. And that is some of the good news that helps push our numbers at the rate that we're going. So very, very proud of that as well. Other than that, there's a million things going on, but we are on top of those, and I think that we're looking forward to finishing this semester, starting the spring semester, and having real hard numbers as we move further into the year. But so far, as of the 14th of November, the last published numbers, we were slightly ahead of where we were at this time last year, and this time last year was a very good year. So it's great to be with everyone else, and I'll turn it over to
Great.
Ryan.
Let me, just one quick announcement before we do that. You see on your agenda the UMP strategic plan. As you know, we amended our policy 301 that relates to this kind of work. We have not had, with all the very, real challenges before staff, we haven't had a chance at this point to finish the APL, the administrative procedure activities that sort of spell out how that's going to play out in practice. So we are, after discussions with President Rice, we will just table that for the moment until we get all that work done procedurally, with apologies to your campus for all their hard work. It's not an indication about the plan, but just the process. We need to get all our ducks in a row here before we take the next step. So thank you for your understanding. And now, to Vice Chancellor Lowe.
Before I get into my slides, I want to do investment results. So 3 items this morning. I'll do investment results. I'll do current year forecast, and then talk a little bit about the 5-year forecast. And thanks to the chair for accommodating me out of order. I'm coming down with the flu and not feeling great, so thank you for that. I'll start with the investment results. The managed investment pool through September had a market value of $405 million, at a gain of 1.7 for the month, 3.2% fiscal year to date. We estimate that the MIP gained an additional 1.6% in the month of October. For the pension fund, we're looking at a September market value of $16 million, a gain of 1% for the month. It's up 1.8% year to date. We estimated an additional gain of 1.1% in October. And then finally, the operating fund had a September market value of $280 million, had a gain of 0.9% for the month, is up 2.3% fiscal year to date. The results have a net of fees return of $5.4 million fiscal year to date. That exceeds our $2.8 million annual budget by $2.6 million. We estimate a return of 0.6% in October. So with that, let's jump over to the budget forecast. Used to be able to do this without glasses and without a computer right in front of me. Just going to walk through the budget forecast. A quick reminder about the format for those that aren't as familiar. We're going to start with the institutions over on the left. It's broken out by E&G and auxiliary, as you can see, and then a total column. The budget column reflects your budget that you approved for the campus last May. And then the November forecast is exactly that. Where are we projecting things as of November? So let's walk through. I won't go through all of these, but we'll walk through some of the key ones and talk about where we're trending. Let me start with the University of Maine. One of the things, always mention this about the University of Maine, but you always need to remember scale here when we're talking about numbers. So the University of Maine had originally projected about a $2 million E&G deficit that they were going to close with reserve transfer. That number is now up to $7.1 million, so it's about a $5 million increase, driven almost entirely through enrollment changes, about 3,500 less credit hours. I do want to note, again, to my earlier comment, a variance of 3,500 credit hours is a big deal at a lot of our campuses. At the University of Maine, it's a 1.3% variance. And even the $7 million, while it's real and would not suggest in any way that that's an easy thing to tackle, it's still a 2.4% variance off from their expense base. So not unusual for us to see changes like this. Again, if you haven't been with us through this, we're making budget forecasts on enrollment like right about now for a class next year. So it's not unusual that we don't get it exactly right. And even if we get it exactly right, the in-state and out-of-state mix is often different, and that's also the case here at the University of Maine. The mix of out-of-state students was smaller than budgeted as well, and that contributes to that gap as well. University of Maine at Augusta, again, overall, just minor adjustments here. Overall, it's netting out, if you look way over on the far right, to a positive $24,000 change. So again, you can see originally forecasting a modest surplus in E&G, now forecasting just a slightly bigger one, and then just the opposite happening on the auxiliary side. At UMF, you'll see a $656,000 gap that has emerged there. I would just note that gap has been there. It was previously in an unassigned line. We knew we were going to be that short when the campus was putting that together. We set aside a line that kind of a TBD. Still planning on working on that, but just dropped it to the bottom line to give you more visibility to see what the number is, and hopefully as we come back, we'll improve that. Modest increased projection on the auxiliary side, so like to see that on the small campuses. We've tended to struggle on the auxiliary side. You can see some of that here as well. At Fort Kent, just not a lot of changes here, so really impressive from the campus. Just about a $3,900 change on each side of E&G and auxiliary that balance out. At Presque Isle, minor changes. You can see they had originally forecasted about a $3.9 million surplus. They're still in that same ballpark, forecasted it up just slightly, but do have fewer residents than budgeted on the auxiliary side. And so you'll see the change on the auxiliary side, increasing the gap there by another almost $500,000. At USM, now I'm squinting, at USM, again, overall, no net change here. What you see is that E&G performing much better now than originally budgeted, dropped that gap by more than $900,000. You see exactly the opposite over on the auxiliary side, but want to note that on the auxiliary side, it's a $900,000 change. Just noting it's still in surplus mode. We're not forecasting a gap there. That's still very strong on the auxiliary side. And then finally, law. We heard the dean talking about enrollment earlier. You'll see that when I roll over into the MYFA as well, but forecasting a strong $275,000 surplus as we sit here today. Last one that I'll touch on is you'll see below the campus totals, you'll see three system lines: governance, university services allocated, and unallocated. Those will always be balanced. Unallocated, as we did last year, we intentionally underfunded it so that we could some reserves that we had saved from the previous year in shared services over to offset the cost for the campuses. And so what this did is it resulted the campuses make that whole on the last day of the fiscal year. So that's where we are with the budget forecast. So we're going to roll into the multi-year financial analysis. I want to talk a little bit about kind of what it is and my notes here. And then maybe more importantly, what it isn't. And so this is an exercise that we have done at the system level since 2008. We brought it over from state government, has a similar practice. Thought it made a lot of sense and worked with Trustee Turner and Trustee Fournier at the time and implemented this here, and we've been doing it ever since. It is a projection of fiscal performance out over multiple years, but what it is not for budgets. It is not an exercise where you solve your FY27 budget, you get it to 0, and then you roll over to 28 and you repeat that exercise. The way this exercise works is that if you have a large deficit or a large surplus at the end of a fiscal year, and you haven't resolved that, and again, this isn't a budget balancing exercise, that number rolls over into the next year. And so typically what you're going to see when we present the MYFA is kind of 3 different scenarios, and you're going to see all 3 of them from our campuses. One is you've got a gap coming up in the current, the budget year that we're working on. You've got a sizable gap. And before you get a chance to resolve that gap, Ryan comes in and does the MYFA. And so if you're starting your FY27 budget planning with an $18 million hole, for instance, that $18 million hole is going to roll forward in the forecast. And so the 18 becomes 30 in the next year because the same circumstances are still there. You haven't changed your budget, you haven't changed the number of students that you have, and so on. The other scenarios are ones where you just kind of stay status quo-ish, and we typically see that when you see the results, you're going to see that in general, our expenses are outpacing revenue. That's even the assumptions that we have. We do that right from the start. And so if you've got all things being equal, if your enrollment is flat or declining, then that's the picture that you're going to see. If you've got some bump in your enrollment, you're seeing some modest increases, that might offset the losses, and so you'll bounce around, plus or minus, 5%, depending on the size of your budget. And then the other example, and we'll give Ray the prize for this one, is you're generating a surplus. So we just showed you how they were generating a surplus in 26. When you roll forward with all those same things being equal, we're still expecting your pace enrollments to grow. You generate another surplus, even larger in 27. You typically, when Ray brings his budget before you for 27, I'm betting he's not going to end with a $9 million surplus. Instead, he's going to invest those resources. He's going to do that. And so, exactly. So what you're going to see when I show Presque Isle is they start with a modest surplus that just gets bigger, because you don't stop at the end of the year and spend the money, because that's not the exercise this is. It's really identifying kind of key trends. And you layer this with the budget forecast and the actual budget, and that gives you kind of a really good picture of where we're going. So with all that, let's dive in. So I had to have an AI picture in here just to preview this next slide. And so, I was talking a little bit about what the MYFA was and wasn't, and was doing my notes, and it was like, it's not an oracle. So I upload a picture of Ryan and ask it to turn me into an oracle. I thought you'd enjoy that. this is a super worthwhile exercise, but it's also one that you just really need to understand kind of, all of the ways that it works, and so that you understand kind of the picture that's being presented. So what's really driving this is what we've identified as kind of 7 big major revenue and expense categories that we track at the system level. Obviously, these are budgets that are hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. There's lots of categories in there. But in general, these are the 7 that we focus on that are really going to drive fiscal performance. And so I just want to touch on just a couple of them that really play a big part in this forecast. Enrollment, campuses determine enrollment, and so that's going to be a little different, and you'll see that slide in just a second. For tuition, we have assumed consistent, I think 4% increases. You're going to see that on the next slide. The 2 that I really wanted to touch on here, though, were appropriation and the benefit rate. Appropriation, again, this is our best guess of what we think is going to happen in state government between now and 2030. And so in my spare time, I sit on the state's Consensus Economic Forecasting Committee. We just met a couple of weeks ago. What we know about the out years is it's really foggy. It's really unclear of what was going on. When we were meeting, it was shut down, and all of those things were still going on as well. So we don't necessarily know yet, the Revenue Forecasting Committee meets in a couple of weeks, what the state revenue picture even looks like for the next several years. So we've built our budget on roughly 3.5% increases in state appropriation. Now, whether that's doable or not, we'll see as this unfolds. We did do a couple of scenarios where we showed you what happens if it's a smaller number, but that's a big kind of unknown as we kind of roll forward. The other one, and it ties right into the Chancellor's update on healthcare, is the benefit rate. And so we have been constantly, in all the time that I've been here, chasing the benefit rate. Whenever I do this 5-year forecast, the 5th year, for as long as I've been here, is almost always 55, 56, 57%, some unsustainable number. And then through exercises, some more painful than others, we make changes and we lower that down. And so a few years ago, we went through the change associated with retiree health. No doubt folks will remember that. Good or bad, it lowered the benefit rates. We went from being in the 53, 54 range down to about 46. And now we're kind of working our way back up. And so we will realize some benefits, as the Chancellor said, in the early years of this contract, where the benefit rate's going to stay fairly stable. You're going to see it in the 48.6, 49, 50 range for a couple of years. And then when we get out in those last 2 years of the forecast where we don't have as much certainty, the rate jumps back up to 53, 53 and a half. That's a substantial impact on our campuses. That's anywhere between, just the benefit piece alone is anywhere between $1 million and a $2 million increase at some of our campuses. It's an 8-figure increase at the University of Maine over the life of that change. So some really big levers in there that we don't entirely know how it's going to play out. That's the nature of this exercise, but they do make a significant impact. So talk a little bit, again, I think I just referenced the key ones. This will just show you, what this chart will show you is all of the assumptions that we used across the forecast. Again, I won't go through all the details of this in the interest of time, but when this shows up in your packet, you'll be able to see all of the details as they work across the 4 years. So again, as a reminder, the forecast is the current fiscal year, 2026, and then we build it out over the 4 years. A big part, so the piece that the campuses play in this is the enrollment assumptions. Everything else other than out-of-state tuition, we drive at the system level with with consultation with the campus CBOs and the presidents. What you see right here are the enrollment assumptions that this forecast was built on. You can see over the course, or maybe you can't, but over the course of the 5 years, enrollment is generally flat. I think it's down slightly, about 3,000 credit hours over the enrollment. Most of that is occurring at the University of Maine. You'll see fewer credit hours on campus at Presque Isle, for instance. And then several of the other campuses are kind of hovering in that 1% or so annual increases, but you can track the total credit hours down across the bottom. The other part, becoming a bigger and bigger piece of our enrollment picture besides credit hours, is subscriptions, Your Pace, CBE, and so you'll see those broken out here. Significant growth at Presque Isle, you can see, going from the current 8,750 up to more than 20,000 by the last year of the forecast. But just as impressive, Farmington going from 288 up to 1,000 by 2030. That's certainly driving some of the positive numbers that you'll see at Farmington as well. And then you'll see the Fort Kent numbers there as well, starting at 72 and then doubling in the second year. So let's see the results by institution. So this, what you have here is the combined University of Maine at Machias. I noted what turns out to be roughly a 6% reduction in credit hours over the life of the forecast. Again, what we try to do is we try to be conservative, so I don't think Joan and her team are out there planning for 6% reductions, but I think we want to be conservative, and then we want to surprise ourselves, and so that is certainly driving some of that gap. I mentioned to you before the benefit rate impact, $14.6 million over the forecast. So if the only thing you walk away with is the change to the benefit rate and the fourth bullet that I have, which is the changing federal landscape, that is what's driving the numbers that you see going on at the University of Maine. We talked a little bit about F&A this morning, and so I'll just use that kind of same example. When we were here a year ago and forecasting that out, we were bringing in, I'll just use round numbers, but say $25 million a year, forecasting that we would eventually bring in 30. Now we're, say, 25 and forecasting that in 5 years it's going to be 18. So that's a $12 million difference between 30 and the 18 that directly impacts the bottom line at the University of Maine. The other big one that's impacting the numbers is the critical and necessary investments in energy. UMEC, we've talked about UMEC for a number of years, especially at FFT. That debt service, those interest payments will start to get baked into this forecast, and that's driving up debt service as well. At the University of Maine at Augusta, again, pretty stable numbers across the forecast. You do see them grow. The gap grows substantially in 29 and 30. That is a product of that benefit rate and compensation rate changes. They add about $1 million a year to get to the gap. So you can see how quickly you go from a surplus to 700,000, 1.4 million, 1.6 million. And then the campus has a little blip in 28 as they go through some of their housing changes. So there's a window in 2028 where people are moving out of hotels, moving into new space, and so there's a loss of revenue that you'll see reflected there, but then you see that bounce back in the out years. So I mentioned Farmington early on, so I'll actually focus on kind of two numbers here. What you see up in the top in the grid is, again, kind of bouncing right around that zero, being balanced on the E&G side, generating a slight surplus on the auxiliary side. If you remember the credit hour chart that I showed, they're projecting about a 1.1% increase in credit hours, going from about 40,000 to a little less than 42. But then also the Your Pace subscriptions going from roughly 300 up to 1,000. So certainly positive trends from the work that Joe and the campus have been doing. I did want to note, just in full transparency, I just presented you a budget forecast for the current fiscal year that showed Farmington with a gap. And so if we assume that that gap rolls forward, then it changes all of those numbers, and that's what you see on the bottom there. So you go from $230,000 gap to $800,000 gap, and then $29,300 and $424,000. What the theme of all of these comments are, going back to the University of Maine one, is that if we can effectively resolve our 2027 deficits, the budget that we're going to be putting in front of you in the next couple of weeks, it takes care of almost 90% of everything that I'm talking about. The gap as a percentage of the overall system budget is 1.1%. If we resolve FY27 with ongoing cuts now, or ongoing revenue. If we resolve it all with one-time solutions, then that problem is just going to roll into the next year, and we'll be back having the same exact conversation. Last couple of campuses I'll show here. So I previewed, I talked about Fort Kent when I was doing the forecast. Fort Kent always does an excellent job of managing their budget. Now, would they like to have more resources? Absolutely, but they do an excellent job of managing that. You can see that across all 5 fiscal years. So I'll say the positive. The challenge would be the auxiliary side. It's the same challenge that we were talking about at Presque Isle, and so we're seeing substantial, significant operating losses on the auxiliary side across those years. At Presque Isle, again, very positive E&G story, looking at a surplus as much as $10 million in the current fiscal year before they get in there and reallocate, growing to $21 million by the final year of the forecast. I've been doing this for a long time. We've never had a campus, any campus, regardless of size, forecast surpluses like that. So great work there. On the auxiliary side, again, it's the same issue that I mentioned at Fort Kent. Continue to look for ways to improve our auxiliary operations, especially on our smaller campuses. At the University of Southern Maine, you'll see E&G gaps of between 1.3 and 2.2 million dollars. Oh, have I not changed it? Now you'll see gaps between 1.3 and 2.2 million dollars. Again, a reminder, even 2.2 million is just 1.4% of the expense base at USM, so still a very, very strong number there. USM typically generates strong numbers on the auxiliary side, and you see that again across all 4 years of the forecast. Again, auxiliary surplus really driven by strong demand for housing. And then at Maine Law, you'll see a modest deficit in FY27, and then you'll see that number grow 28, 29 into 30. So Maine Law in particular, as you can see from my note there, $2 million increase in salary and benefits from 27 out through 30. That's what's driving that gap. Revenues over the same period are growing by $1 million, and so you got $1 million delta there, and that's essentially what you see across the forecast. It's that benefit rate piece, and so that's certainly a project that we're gonna have to tackle. So if you roll all those up, you get this chart, which is, again, you can see across the top, the flatter line is auxiliary. So auxiliary generally looking pretty good, although again, it's a mixed bag on auxiliary. We have some campuses that are doing really well, some smaller campuses that are struggling, but on the whole, we're floating right around 0. And then you see the consolidated E and G gaps. Again, just to make that same point again, if we resolve the FY27 gap of 10.4 million, the gap in FY28 is 8 million. That's 8 million on a $780 million expense base. That's, I'll take that to start off a fiscal year any day. Not going to sugarcoat it, but because we've got some hard work to do in 2027, but I do think if we can do that good work, it really takes care of a lot of the challenges that you have out into the out years. So I often get asked about scenarios, and so had to do a scenario, another scenario version. So just a couple of quick ones that I threw together over the weekend. So our current assumption on state appropriation is 4% for FY27, and then 3% in the out years. You can see just ran kind of 3 different scenarios at the system level to show you what the impact would be. In a worst case, a scenario where we get flat funded for 3 consecutive years, you can see the cumulative impact would be substantial. Roughly 10, 20, $30 million impacts out into those out years, and then you can see I ran a couple scenarios at 2 and 3% as well. As a quick note, a 1% increase in tuition is 3.2%. So if you got into 2028, the legislature decides they want to flat fund us, you want to make up that 9 million, that's 3% on top of a 4% assumption. So it takes 7% to make up for state government taking a pass if that's the road that we ended up at. Changes, excuse me. So I also wanted to run one the other way. So what could we do to improve the forecast? And so change the benefit rate. So current assumptions, you see the 48.6. So that's also the 26 rate going up to 49.1. That's where we're realizing the benefits of this new contract, and then we go up to 52.2, and then 53.5, and then even higher in those out years. So I ran a couple scenarios here. What if we were able to just keep it at 49, 51, and 53? So we'll produce some modest savings cumulatively in the $5 million range. If we were able to make some real progress, 49, 50, 51, you can see, especially in 29 and 30, we really start realizing some benefits. I mean, that's the equivalent of a 2.5%, 3% increase in funding from state government if we were able to make a change, something along those lines. So certainly something we want to be focused on as we kind of roll forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ryan, if that's the presentation you do when you don't feel well, impressive. I know you've been doing it a long time, but they get better every time. I think it's a great warning that the MYFA is a projection assuming the status quo. It's almost an early warning system. If we don't take action now, this is what happens.
100%. That's exactly what it is.
And so think of it as an early warning, but we don't work that way. We address issues as they come up, but it's really important to keep in mind. So questions?
It's one of the reasons why we do it at the campus level too, for that
exactly,
exact purpose.
Exactly. Trustee Worth.
So obviously it goes without saying, as a student, when you see 3 or 4 consecutive 3 to 4% tuition increases, internally we're all going to shudder. But putting that aside, just budgetary wise, how much, you said, if the legislature drops us by 1%, we have to make up 3% on the tuition side?
Yeah, no, just to be clear,
yeah.
It was only someone had asked me a hypothetical question.
Oh yeah, I'm not going.
If we got cut, we would, I'm quite sure the board is not going to, nor would we recommend a 7% tuition increase.
So my question then is the opposite also true, just math-wise in theory? If we do a 3% tuition increase instead of a 4%, we would have to ask the legislature for an extra. So I guess my question is, where does that, when you're thinking about budgets and you're talking with campus presidents and we're deciding as a system what avenue we're going to go for, what does that conversation look like internally when we're deciding to put the extra % on tuition versus the extra % on taxpayers versus
Yeah,
other?
we'll always take the extra % on taxpayers whenever we can. So Sam, myself, others, Chancellor, we're going to go in, we're going to argue for the largest increase that we possibly can. But, unlike maybe some of our friends, I've been in that position before, and so I also like to be realistic as well. And so, going in and asking for a 10% increase is people just dismiss you right away. So we will go in and we will be as aggressive as we can, but also realistic as well. The tuition conversation is one that we have at the start of every budget cycle fresh. It's not like that is autopilot, but we want to know where we need to go. We want to know what the picture is looking like and what kind of flexibility we have. And so we'll always have those conversations fresh at the beginning of every budget session, regardless of what we put in there.
And then one follow-up, not to make it sound harsh, but what does it look like as far as, for every increase in tuition, we get X% less applicants or X% less enrollment growth? Is there a number that we have on that for the cost of increasing tuition for our total overall student enrollment, student credit hours?
Yeah, I don't think so. We've got, we have individual campuses that do those kind of calculations when it comes to aid. How much more aid do I need to get Riley and to get him to say yes? I don't know that we've done that kind of analysis. We did a tuition analysis back in like 2013, 2014, something like that, when we were in the midst of freezing tuition for 6 consecutive years, something like that. We haven't gone back and done one since, because by every standard there is, we're the lowest flagship, we're the lowest law school, we're the lowest take your pick. Our tuition by any stretch is well below any of our peers. Except maybe the community
last
college.
follow-up, because you mentioned it there, where does this continuous 4%, 4%, 4%, does that still, when you look at our peer institutions, keep us in that category, or are we doing something that our competitors are not?
Yeah, so we look current year, so we don't know what our competitors are going to do in the out years. We don't know what we're going to do in the out years, but focus on the current year and last year and so on. We do a deep dive on a regular basis to see what everyone is proposing. Part of my budget presentation, I always have a slide in there that talks about how our tuition compares to others over the last 4 or 5 years, how it compares to inflation and stuff. So we're always using them as a benchmark. What's changed about that chart is when I first started doing that chart in 2013 or 14, we were the only institution in the country practically that had tuition levels that were below inflation. So we do that. That's why we started doing that chart, because we were the only ones there. And now, when I produce that chart, nearly everyone is down there. So they've kind of caught on to the same message. So to your point, we do need to be aware of what our peers are doing, even though we're very low in tuition comparisons.
And since I think I was the one who asked for that, the point being, obviously, we make decisions about any tuition increase, but it's important for legislators to understand if they did flat fund us, our only choice is to go to tuition, and that's a pretty big leap. Questions? Trustee McMahon.
One of the big drivers is your pace. What are the assumptions on your pace subscription increases?
Sorry. Gotta change it on my computer. It doesn't work. Let me just scroll back. But it is going from roughly 9,000 today to 21,000.
That's the number. I was talking about the cost per subscription.
Do you know what you?
I guess my question is, are we leaving it flat or are we inflating?
Yeah.
Sorry, the microphone's going a little haywire here. There would be a projected, I would call it incremental increase to it, because we are at a very competitive level. at this point in time, but it would be a combination of making sure that we remain competitive, particularly within the competency environment, but also growing the portfolio. That's probably what Ryan said is I would call that a conservative estimate of where we can get, but it does rely upon what is a consistent, I would call it a consistent subscription rate.
So we have a flat subscription rate over the years of the MYFA?
A gradual increase
I
in
got
the
it right here.
subscription rate.
Yeah, it's built into the forecast. I just had to find it. It was on all these tabs. So for undergrad, it's $1,800 as a subscription rate now. It's essentially going up $100 a year. So it's $2,200 by FY30, and then the graduate one is going from $2,450 up to $2,850 in FY30.
So that's a pretty good increase. As a percentage.
Trustee Alexander.
Thank you. And I would just want to say that talking about where we're going to get the income to fund us and talking about state government, taxpayers, and tuition, also on the table is cutting expenses. And so if you don't get it from those other options,
Right.
or it's not feasible to get it, and retain the competitive nature of what we're trying to offer here, we will have to make some tough choices about what we don't do. And that needs to be understood as part of the process as well.
I think it's a great point. I think we do that every budget exercise, and we're going to be doing it as we roll forward. Even in the best case scenario, as you saw in the MYFA, if we get 4% from state government, we get a 4% tuition increase, we achieve the enrollment numbers. At best, our campuses were at the zero-ish range, other than Presque Isle. Some of them were still in a negative position. And that's before you start off the budget cycle and say, okay, what do we need to do different? What do we need to invest in? So almost inevitably in the budget build process, you make the problem worse before you make it better. So you will always be in that cutting mode. I think it's a great point.
Other questions, comments?
If I could, one piece I forgot to mention was that as we did last year, and I think maybe even the year before, we bring this item back to FFT at your December 17th FFT meeting. So it gives you, it's a lot of information to absorb in 20 minutes or so. So we give you an opportunity to look through the materials, and then we'll bring it back up as an agenda item and do maybe a deeper dive at FFT as well.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. Feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, now, what? Oh, there's a couple items to vote on. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Ryan's report includes the, because we skipped the agenda. Where's Carolyn? What'd she got? After the MYFA, there were a couple of resolutions, so why don't we do those while Ryan's still here? Sure, go ahead. And hold on you? Yeah. Okay, and do they need any setup, or do we just? I think it's, okay. Oh, of course, it's Seth. We are talking about 4th Street, sorry, and we have Seth Goodall from the Main Center. This is the authorization to accept, exercise purchase options for the Main Center, at the Main Center.
Just one moment, just pulling up the materials.
Sorry, we did sort of jump around here.
No problem. Tab 9, thank you.
Sorry, we just messed the agenda up to confuse you.
No problem. So, just as a reminder, because I always like to start off by saying we really appreciate engagement of the Board of Trustees on the Main Center at large. dating back to over a year ago now, we were here to go over from an informational item, the overall plan for the Main Center, including the renovations. And as part of that, we've consistently talked about our intent to purchase both buildings, 300 4th Street along with 7 Custom House Street. We are here today to seek authorization for approval for purchase of 300 4th Street from CIEE. This item has been discussed at length in the past, including back when it was intended to lease the building, which the Board of Trustees authorized. At the time, from a technical matter, it just wasn't approved to actually purchase the buildings. We have the opportunity as part of that lease and the vision of the Board of Trustees to negotiate an option, which leadership did, for purchase of 300 4th Street for a total of $20 million. That option is between October 1st and 12/31 of this calendar year for notification for CIE, and then we would then ultimately go out and purchase the buildings in September of 2026. On that note, there is the aspect of total purchase price is $17 million. The opportunity is a really good one in light of the total savings we have in comparison to the valuation of the building. It was recently appraised at over $23 million. We will use internal borrowing as a mechanism or other proceeds to pay for that over time, including leveraging the Harold Alfond funds, which they have generously set aside $40 million of the $55 million gift to purchase both buildings. And just for your awareness, we are working with the owners of 7 Custom House to ultimately take advantage of that option in the near future once that lease allows us to do so, to purchase that building. At that time, if the Board of Trustees ultimately approves it, we'll own both buildings as well as the ground underneath both buildings. I'm happy to answer any questions, but importantly, just wanted to provide that overview of what we're here for today, as well as bringing together the option of 7 Custom House so you understand what the long-term vision for ownership is.
So Seth, in short, there's $40 million from Alfond. We're doing a loan for $17 million that's paid back with Alfond funds.
That is correct.
Questions? It's a big purchase and reflects a big commitment from the Harold Alfond Foundation. Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system to exercise its purchase option of 300 4th Street, Portland, at the contract price of $17 million, with all final terms subject to review and approval of the University of Maine System Treasurer and General Counsel. Additionally, the Board accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine System to issue an internal loan for an amount up to the contract price plus relevant closing costs. Further, the Board accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and approves the reimbursement of the project expenditures resolution. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Worth. Comments, questions? Trustee Alexander.
I presume this was reviewed and discussed in great detail in the committee. And maybe the committee chair could just
Chair
remind
Cates?
us all, remind us all a little bit about the careful attention to this deal that we're about to approve.
Just as you suggested, this matter was subject to substantial review in the FFT committee, and Seth gave a good summary. One of the concerns was this is being funded by an internal loan. What's the repayment schedule from Alfond as compared to our internal loan apparatus? They, as I understand it, they match up perfectly, so we have essentially no exposure there. And the bottom line is that although we're funding this with an internal loan, the Alfond Foundation's paying for it, and it's a heck of a deal.
Sure.
Just to share, when we were negotiating with the Alfonds, this was a specific target to make sure that we could, in fact, buy the buildings. And that allowed for changes in the agreement, and again, ultimately, the Alfond Foundation putting in writing what has been described to you. It was a serious discussion we had. We would not have entered in to the second acquisition, but for that change in the Alphon Foundation's approach to this. And in point of fact, they beat us. They approved what we were going to do before we had an agreement with the party we were going to do it with. So this was all built into our program well in advance. This is not something that's new. Again, it predates our actual acquisition of the power to exercise these options.
Could I raise one other point that I think is important? Although there are questions about ongoing expenses and how those will get handled in future years, as far as the purchase itself is concerned, the $17 million authorization is buying a building which was appraised a couple of years ago at $20 million?
Higher than that, 23 million, I believe.
23 million.
Trustees.
So it's a decent value as well.
And Seth, I assume if the 7 Custom House deal goes through, that's still affordable within the 40 million cap after spending the 17 million?
That is correct for the purchase standpoint. And just to, I really want to highlight too, we are already seeing the benefits of 300 4th Street significantly, as evidenced by the growth of the Maine Law program, the overall ranking of Maine Law, just the interest in the building, as well as now we move into really bringing to light the true opportunity for the Maine Center across all the programs. And of course, at 300 4th Street, it also includes the Maine MBA, as well as other programs. So we're really excited about the future.
And if I can, just one other thing, just to remind everyone, on the 300 4th Street, we were buying the building, but not the ground that the building was built on. So that was a specific negotiation that we entered into as well, to make sure that we would not be in essence, held up from time to time with respect to what we would have to pay for the ground lease. So this is, in a lot of ways, a win-win, but it's also, and there's no denying, this is a big investment that we are making. On the other hand, it's very nice to have the success of the law school to demonstrate the wisdom of what we entered into.
And that we do, in so doing, with gratitude to the Alphon Foundation, we also accept for future boards the obligation to continue the payment and the upkeep of this building. So it is a big obligation. Any other comments or questions, having had the motion moved and seconded? All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? And Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
She was very quiet during this. Tab 10 is the art building construction at USM. President Edmondson.
Thank you so much. We're seeking authorization to spend up to $15 million for a maximum price guarantee with Great Falls Construction to build a new art building on the Gorham campus. Currently, the art department is located primarily in the basement of Roby Andrews Hall. Space is inadequate for the needs of the art department. The new building will house our heavy arts, which includes ceramics, sculpture, those include wood, metal, and plaster sculpture. It will also hold photography, which is a darkroom and classroom. That's a program that's of growing interest to our students. It will hold a digital arts lab and classroom, a 2D design classroom, which will also house art and entrepreneurship classes, and a drawing classroom. Faculty offices and student exhibition space will also be included in the new building. Additionally, there's a plan to include 2 to 3 painting classrooms in the new building. Painting and drawing is our most enrolled studio concentration, and we currently do not have enough room to meet student demand. We have experienced art department program enrollment growth. We've had growing interest and had an 8% larger class than 3 years ago, and according to our accepted student questionnaire, 29.5% of respondents said a new visual arts building would positively influence their decision to attend USM. I've also convened an Arts and Humanities in Action Committee with the goal of expanding access to the arts and humanities for all students on our campus. As one example, we saw 133 students last year who were not music majors and who did not count courses toward their degrees taking music classes, We're expecting the same thing to happen with arts. That helps to expand the student credit hour generation and also the quality of education that students will have at the university.
Okay. Comments, questions? Trustee Worth?
Two, the first one, as a student who used to live in Roby Andrews above that area, I can attest to the need. Will this project have any effect on the plans whenever they come about for renovating Roby Andrews? Will that affect, will it make it easier to do so because you don't have the art department there?
It would make it easier to begin that project if and when we're able to move forward with that.
And the second one is, I know we don't always think about it in terms of like a payback period, but given the size of the art department, given the student enrollment, is there a rough estimate for the number of years and amount of student growth that it would take to have a positive return on investment for the cost of the new building? I know you said 8%. Is it 8% of, a small number, a big number? What does that look like as far as like the art department currently?
That's a pretty large number for us. I don't know that we've calculated I'm not sure if you're asking what percentage increase would cover the cost of the building. Is that?
And how long?
And how long? We could work those projections out for you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. Other questions? Concerns? Seeing none. Proposal is, the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through USM to expend up to $15,100,000 for a guaranteed maximum price agreement with Great Falls Construction for the construction of a new art building on the Gorham campus. Additionally, the board accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system to issue an internal loan for up to $15 million. Further, the board accepts the recommendation of FFT and approves the finance project and reimbursement of project expenditure resolutions to authorize the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Southern Maine, to fund the construction of a new art building on the Gorham campus with a project total of up to $15 million using financing with a maximum principal amount of debt of $15 million. It's precise.
It's very precise.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Worth, seconded by Trustee Michaud. Any further comments?
I just have one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I am new to this, so I don't want to go thinking about this incorrectly for the remainder of my term. Is that reasonable to think, my last question to President Edmondson, about what is the return on investment period for the number of student growth that we're going to see versus the cost of the building versus tuition? Is that a reasonable lens for a trustee to use when looking at the construction or purchase of a new building and the return on investment through new students, or am I a little off base?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. I think it'll always depend on the circumstances, but it's always a fair question, because, in a case like this, we had to do something. We had to put them somewhere. So there be cases where we may need to do something like this, and there is no return on investment. It's just, we got to have a quality space for students to learn. But in some projects, energy projects are a perfect example of ROI. I'm remembering when we were putting geothermal wells out here in the library, constantly had that question from trustees, what's the exact payback period? So I think it's a great question. I think it will depend when we get into buildings, maybe on what the circumstances are a little bit, but it's always a fair question.
Trustee Cates?
Maybe the only other thing I'd add, Riley, is that I'm sure you've been there, and I've been down in that basement. This wasn't a question of staying where they are or moving to something better. They couldn't stay where they are.
Yeah, that was not to be my lack of support for the project. It's learning as I go.
Yeah. Yeah. New space will be much appreciated by students, I'm sure. Okay, no further questions. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have fun, honoree Eames.
It's great to see you all.
Congratulations. Bye. Let's go back to our schedule and have Vice Chancellor Dorsey talk about strategic initiatives.
Yes, good afternoon. I have two brief updates for you today. The first, I will actually turn to Trustee Kane. As Chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, she has a brief update.
Yes, very brief. Thank you so much, Carolyn. We had a bonus meeting of the Strategic Planning Committee in anticipation of the fact that next month we will officially be halfway through our strategic plan implementation period. And maybe I can't tell if he's left the room yet, but of course, Finance and Infrastructure has achieved 100% of their goals, which we love to congratulate Ryan for. But also we are more than halfway everywhere else with teaching, research, and service at 65%, being a destination for education and work at 56%, having a respectful and welcoming environment at 67%, and unified accreditation at 92%. And we're only not at 100 there because of the NECHI process. But at the October 29th meeting, we really spent time focusing on what are the factors that have affected our ability to implement the plan as we originally intended, knowing we did not have the crystal ball that Ryan so beautifully showed us during his presentation. And we highlighted factors including artificial intelligence, the federal shutdown, which of course is now over, academic innovations like your PACE expansion, 90 credit programs, micro-credentialing, federal executive orders and actions, evolving priorities of the board around adult learners, online education, infrastructure, deferred maintenance. We also talked about the 3+ RLE success and participation retention efforts, leadership transition planning, state economic priorities, the need for greater connection and alignment with employers, the demographic cliff, which we reference often, the shifting value proposition of higher ed in the public's mind, K-12 pipeline impacts, and labor flexibility. And all of those factors, again, our best crystal ball couldn't have shown the full impact of all of those 2.5 years ago. And as a committee, we have now tasked the system leadership and those who've been leading on the plan to do a full review of outstanding items and bring us back recommendations, basically in the category of delay or do later based on X, Y, and Z, fund or do it if we can fund it as another priority. And then also, what are some items that maybe we should mothball or set aside because they are no longer relevant? We really want to assess, whether the goals continue to be a priority and relevant for the board and for the system, and if there are new priorities that should somehow be reflected in the second half implementation. It was a robust discussion. It was a great meeting, I thought, and we'll look forward to continuing that conversation in the spring. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Emily. Any questions for Trustee Kane? Very precise. Thank you.
Thank you, and special thank you to Jeff and Carolyn for their support for ahead of and since that meeting.
The second part of my update is related to the marketing work that we've been doing. As you all know, we've been partnering with Blaze Partners on updating our system brand, and some of the work that revolves around that, basically looking at ways to begin to transition from people thinking of us as the system more to Maine's public universities and what that would mean to be part of a system of Maine's public universities. So we have 3 primary areas of focus. One was updating our brand. The other was either a new or refreshed website. And then also, when that is completed, looking at developing some sort of a campaign messaging that would start to talk about those things, some that Emily just spoke to, the ROI, the value of higher education, our value proposition, the benefits of engaging with a public university system. So as the slide, thank you, as the slide does show, this is a mock-up of the new website. It is not complete yet. If you want to wait right there for just 1 second, yep. It isn't complete yet, so I didn't want to put it in the packet because it hasn't been vetted by some of the folks, but I wanted you to get a chance to see how it's looking or how it's firming up. I realized as I was looking at it earlier today that the first piece of that probably should have been what our current website looks like, because I don't think you can process how incredible this looks until you take a glimpse at what our website looked like prior to this, or it looks like now, actually. So the first piece I wanted to pull out is the logo. Yes, I will say that logo looks very familiar. I've had people say, there's been quite a bit of work a revision around the logo, but it still looks the same. It's a circle with a state in it. I will say that we have seen several options from Blaze that have a variety of different images, but everyone kept coming back and saying, we are the state of Maine, we are Maine's public universities. What other image would you have there if you don't have the state? So we've agreed. We've had several conversations with the presidents, with the university teams that talk about marketing and communications, and we've decided overwhelmingly to keep the general image, but we've updated it. You can't really tell. It's a little easier, I think, on the screen to the right for those in the room, but the colors are going to be much more vibrant, and it takes the system and the University of Maine system, and it has that play a smaller role where Maine's public universities is really what is highlighted there. In addition to that, the website itself, as you can see from what we'll scroll down in just a second, but we very prominently display the universities. I think if you recall from an earlier conversation, many people stumble upon our website by accident. They're really not looking for the University of Maine system. They're looking for one of our universities or programs that are offered in our state. They would find our website, which really truly is more of a working kind of administrative website. This will much more prominently display our universities, allow people to access our universities, and move more quickly into those areas that they are really looking for. If you want to scroll down just a bit. This is just sort of a glimpse of what one of the very initial pages look like. They'll have at the top, you'll notice at the top of the prior slide where it talked about Maine's public universities, you could see an icon for each one of the universities. Each one also has their own area here. And the information here, while Blaze worked to go to the universities and gather these images and the information, it's the university contacts that have really determined the information that will be on there and proved and vetted what goes on to each one of those sites. So it's been a true collaboration with the partners at the university level. If you want to keep, I think that's the end. I think that's the end after we get to the bottom. That's all I put in for here. So this is a beginning look at what the website will look like. The new logo, and it will be changed across everything that we have, all of our stationery, everything that references us. This website will also have much more active and easily accessible areas for our external partners, if it's an employer that's looking to partner, if it's someone wanting to talk about internships, external funders. There will be places where they can, in a much more streamlined way, reach the people that they need to have those conversations. And while the administrative function and all of what we need and what you would need as a board will still be housed there, it really more effectively talks about the universities and the law school that are within our system. The last piece, which is not really reflected in anything here, but is that piece that we will begin to talk about more now that this is firming up, and that's the campaign. How it is that we want to start to have those conversations, share the good news stories that we've all talked about, try to really get to our value proposition, and that, oh, I thought that was one of my slides. And get to, the messaging that we would like to get out about education and all that we have to offer as a public university within our state. And that piece we've just barely begun to scratch the surface, but the other two, the logo work and the website, is moving along well. We are I checked this just before I came up to the podium. We are under budget and we are still within our timeline. While some of the individual pieces have ebbed and flowed through the timeline, we are still within the expected timeline for completion. So very pleased to have that, to be able to report that. And finally, there are several people to thank. Jen O'Leary, who's here with me today, has really been the systems point of contact for this work. I cannot thank her enough for all that she has done to keep this moving, keep it on track, and work through the numerous revisions and steps that we've had to take. Also, our CIO, Robert Placido, and his team has been incredibly helpful. I could not have done it without him, and the university leads that have been so helpful in this as well. So a thank you to them, and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I like Maine Law's logo best.
Trustee Alexander?
Trustee Alexander.
Do you have a launch date in mind and a public campaign to announce this in any way, or is that under development as well?
I believe that the work should be done in December, correct? Like, go ahead, Jen, why don't you comment on it?
Hi, I'm Jen O'Leary with Director of Strategic Initiatives. I would say we're looking for early 2026, and at this point, haven't really firmed that up completely, but in a way, it's almost a way of potentially a soft launch. It's a full, we're rehashing 7 to 8 pages and having the overall branded templates kind of launch. So I think to Carolyn's point, while we look at the overall campaign and the priority pieces there, that might be something more we go behind versus, hey, look at this logo and website. I mean, it's just more of a transition piece. I think we're open to thoughts on that, but that's, I think, what the.
It could be a good way to soft launch it, is to say,
Correct.
here's our new logo, here's our new site, and then go from there.
Well, I defer to you all. I just think you need to have a plan for how this is going to get rolled out and announced and presented. Because it could, and I'm not recommending one way or another. I mean, it could be a way to talk about and I don't mean to mention the board, but to focus on the priorities of sustainability and efficient, all those words that we're trying very desperately to turn into specific actions, kind of like a way of refreshing our mission. I'm just giving you ideas and would like you all to figure out a plan so that we know at the board level when this is coming out and how. That's all.
Yeah, that's part of the next stage, that campaign
Yes.
work, and we will make sure that you have that.
Yeah, I think the balance of the website's been ultimately to help promote the users get out to the universities and pieces there, and then the alignment with the campaign and the look.
I've got Trustee McMahon, then Trustee Cates.
Just a minor observation. You've got
David, could you move your mic closer?
You've got 25,000 students in there. That number's going to change. What's the value in having a number of students? Why not just put the number of courses?
So again, we're kind of working and balancing with experts Blaze that we've hired and kind of looking at the key points, and again, the text and even the images aren't finalized on that. I think it's one of the pieces I can tell from looking at the audiences from like employers and outreach and the students of knowing when you come into the system, it's you're getting access to this great amount of students across our state as a driver in workforce development too, so.
Okay, Trustee Cates?
Thanks. I'm sorry, I was a bit confused as to the timeline here. So the website is going to be hopefully launched by when?
Early 2026.
So January,
Yep,
February?
yep.
Okay. And then the campaign which is being developed, it's obviously going to cost some money. You're coming with a proposal at some point. We want to spend X dollars on print, we want to spend X dollars on television.
Right. So it was already part of the initial campaign, although we did adjust. So some of it is in the initial amount, and then we have already allocated funds for next year. They're already in the budget. Right? Yeah, they're already in the budget and just waiting for a proposal to work through Blaze to see what that would look like, which would include the types of things that Trustee Alexander mentioned.
How much do we have set aside for that campaign, if it is set aside already?
We had, this year, we were working with 500,000, and we have not used all of that yet. I'm not sure of the amount for next year. It's less, because a good part, 2/3 of it was this development, so it would be much less than that. I don't know that we've actually identified we have 750,000 as a total, but that's all of our sponsorships, it's everything we do across the system, so we'll have to talk amongst ourselves to decide how much of that we would want to put towards this particular campaign. But it's already in the budget for next year.
This year, you mean the budget year that's ending June 30th?
Mhm.
So
We had put aside 500,000.
but I take it we're spending a bunch of that on Blaze.
Right. No, that's how much we set aside for Blaze. Of our amount, of our total amount for the year. We set aside 500,000 for this project.
And that leaves how much to actually spend on marketing?
But the marketing won't take place until after that, and we have the funds, already set aside for the next year.
So the marketing won't start until July 1 2026 or after?
No, it could. There's a little bit is built into that 500, and then we have to work out, we haven't decided yet what that campaign will look like and how much we'll need, but we have the funds, and we've rolled some over. So we're just sort of waiting to find out how much we're going to need, and then we have the funds that we can put into place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I know that didn't answer your question, but the funds have been there and they've held over. We've rolled them over, waiting to get the total amount.
Trustee Moore?
I know it's way down the line, but are you keeping in the back of your mind the online piece of this as well? A unified online piece of how this might dovetail into this main website?
I don't know that we have really talked about that. I mean, it's certainly something that we could highlight as we change. This website will be changed frequently.
Okay.
You know, as Trustee McMahon said, we'll have to go in and change data, we'll have to change images. So as something like that develops, there is certainly a place for it. We haven't talked about what that would be now.
Okay, thanks.
Dean, softly.
Did the funds for the Down East magazine layouts come from these funds as well, or is that separate?
Separate. So we have a total of $750,000 for the year, and we, from that, put $500,000 for this work, the website, the logo, and some piece of a marketing campaign. The other 250 were sponsorships that we did through Educate Maine, the Down East magazine that you just mentioned, some Maine Biz pieces.
Great. Well, while I have the microphone in front of me, it'll be an hour and a half. Everybody relax. It's happening again, Roger. I just want to say, thank you to whoever it was that came up with the Down East magazine idea, because it was fabulous, and I'm already hearing from people. It's
Oh,
wonderful.
great. Yeah, that was the Chancellor and Jen met with Down East magazine, and that was something that they worked on together.
Great work.
Trustee Baldacci?
I did just briefly look at the new website. At the old website. I haven't spent a ton of time on it. No, I'm scared of using the mic. What improved functionalities are there in the new website? And then I have a follow-up on the marketing question,
All right,
after that.
yeah.
And Robert, feel free to come up too. I think out of the gate, and I almost wish Carolyn would have showed the older website. I mean, improved functionality, it's much more visual, appealing. Kind of the pieces, again, the user comes in, it will help streamline them in to the universities potentially. There's going to be a new drop-down functionality that identifies IMA, current student perspective. It kind of helps streamline that versus right now people come in and it's like, I don't know what, we have different terminologies that may not resonate with different people. So I think we had some of that assessment and market research really done, even just from current state of what it looks like. And as Carolyn mentioned, feedback from across the universities and pieces tied to that, as well as looking at current user data on the back end tied to different statistics and pieces like that. So probably not the total IT functionality.
They did put up the
older site.
There.
But much more meant to get people to where they want to go, to get more information and pieces there.
And I think the drop-down box before it was really a drop-down box that took us to just administrative places and our bios and things. Now it's a drop-down box that if you're an employer and you want to talk about internships, or if you're a funder looking at it has much more relevant areas that you see first and take you to the other places of interest. And then I believe, Robert, the work that he's doing through our unified catalog, they'll be able to access that through here. That's starting to get more into the IT part we're more the visual piece of it than.
And just a quick thing, the images that will be used represent every university that we have. I mean, it's really, for me, that's, I think, one of the most exciting pieces, having that collective kind of image that is truly not a stock photo, but something that, I think even the universities are excited to have as a piece of that. So that's been something else that was taken in, so people could really see themselves tied into that.
Great. And then one follow-up, I know just from previous work and work with I was going to call you Commissioner Johnson, Trustee Johnson, on a Maine brand. I know it's such a big and all-encompassing undertaking. So when we're talking about, I think related to Roger's question about marketing, and kind of the second phase, it would be beneficial, at least for me, to understand more of, not getting into the weeds of the plan, but just how you're approaching your target audiences, I think especially for higher ed and, inside and outside of the state. But I do think that that would be an important piece for us as trustees to understand a little bit more.
Yep, absolutely. And as a reminder, the work that we're doing, it does not focus on those very specific enrollment type. That is the work of the university. Ours is going to be more of that more broad campaign about the ROI, the benefits of education in general, but it's by using those stories, those university examples. That's how you help tell that story and build that brand. So we have just barely started that work with them. So certainly can, as we start to bring that together, give updates on that, or offer even as part of the written packet, something that you can see, and will be obviously part of some of how we select the messaging. And yeah.
President Rice? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Baldacci, did you have more?
No.
Okay. President Rice.
No, I just wanted to thank the team for putting up the current one.
Oh.
You can see the wonderful Arial font that it had. But I would say the strongest changes is, if you look at this, I mean, this will not speak to anybody with any interest in enrolling in classes because it's accreditation and strategic plan, which, prospective students are immediately going to migrate away from this. So you're
No,
talking
they're not
about something.
fascinated by that? Shocking. No, they are not fascinated. Shocking.
And Trustee Cates, I can, later this evening, I can do a financial summary that will answer your question much better than I did just now.
Take a week.
It's actually on my computer, but I jotted it down, but not enough to answer your question.
Other questions? And obviously, we'll keep being updated on this as it progresses. I didn't like the aerial photos, but oh well. Okay, anybody have any?
Those weren't updated.
Yeah, those are what?
The aerial photos aren't updated.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Great, thank you, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you.
Now, drum roll, please. It was a long priority of the Board of Trustees to see a unified catalog, and I'm very pleased that Dr. Robert Placido is here to do show and tell. It's live, it's real. It lives, it breathes. Okay, safe travels.
And I get to do it in the old website, so a little anticlimactic there.
Sorry about that. We weren't quite ready. We thought I even told the chair that we were going to be all ready to roll it out.
Yeah, that's all right. Jen has been doing a marvelous job with Carolyn, holding
Well, it's a
our
good example of why it has to change.
partners accountable.
Safe travels.
Oh, wait till we get our screen up here. Do you need? Oh, are you going to put it up on the back one? Yep. Okay. So just to paint the picture for, particularly for our board members who weren't here 4 years ago, the chancellor came in and his first year said, along with you all, that to start to operate as a unified system. And everybody who was responsible for various parts of the operation, we all looked around at each other like, how's this going to work? And as we started to build this project together, we realized that we had everything against us. We had processes that were separate. We had physical systems that were separate. Philosophies, cultures, all of that was cobbled together over 80 years at some institutions. So it was a huge undertaking. I did demo this back last year as the pilot, but it did release this fall. So I'll walk you through it here this afternoon. But I did want to set the stage that this was a multi-year process that behind the scenes had to pull all the databases together, data alignment, process. The faculty had to come together to agree to things that we have since improved on under Jeff's leadership. You can see my screen here. I'm starting with the study away form. The first thing we had to guarantee is that the university admission processes were still honored. So students have to go through an admissions process, but we made it easier. And we annual paper process, and now we've got something right online where they can submit, I'd like to study at a different university, and go through that process seamlessly. But imagine all of those interconnecting points that we had to go through, and this is one of them. Of course, we didn't want to roll any of this out just a software solution, so we have, website with video training and guides and so forth for the students to use. We know that the efficacy of that is really good, because fall launching fairly quietly, some announcements on campus. We had 14,000 internal students use the system, but more exciting, we had 3,000 students who were not our students use the system. So what that means is, and this was the vision of people right at this table a long time ago, was, can't we have the exact same system for students who are dreaming about coming to us to see what we have to offer across the state without having to log into everybody's website and so forth? And we have done that, and they're using it. Just chatting this afternoon, there's already some good ideas about, that would be a really good place to capture some new students, so we'll look into adding that. But if you go to the old, not so nice website and click on students, you'll be brought to this page. There's a couple of different ways to get there, but that's the easiest. And on this page, there are two buttons there that we think are working okay. But we had to distinguish that, are you a future student, or are you an old student? And that is because this button will take you and ask you to log in, because those students have more personal information, and they can actually enroll from. But if you all, today or when you get home, you want to go to the students course search and do this guest, you can go in at any time and see all the courses we're offering, what those capacities are, what the textbooks are, and all of that. And so I'm going to click on this, what you'll see as a guest. So the up here in the top, these are all the different search parameters you can use to search for courses across the whole system. So I have all of the universities selected here. I can say I'm an undergrad. I can put in, let's say, math here. Apologize if it's a little small, but just telling you what I'm searching on here. And then I could say search. And so this is searching across all our different universities for math for undergraduates. And pulling up that list there, you can see this first course is from Augusta. We have some courses down here from Farmington, from Southern Maine, all in the same place. Gives you all the meeting times, whether it's open or not, how many seats are left. If I click in one of these, I can get more detail. It gives me the syllabus, gives me the textbook. This is a question that has come up frequently, that do universities have to be aligned in everything? And one particular thing people were concerned about was the schedule, because calendars do differ for various reasons across institutions, and so the answer is no. And you can look per course, you can see what those deadlines and requirements and so forth are right there. Now notice that my add to cart and enrollment are not enabled here. That's because I am not logged in as a student. So I am going to go back to my wait. Oops, sorry. I need to click on the right button here. There we go. So I'm logging into a test account. That's why I couldn't go from the website there, because my team set me up a test student that is enrolled at UMA and UM, so that you can just see how that would feel for those students. So I'm logged in. You can see as a logged in student, I have a lot more options on the left here. my enrollment, my finances, I can build a schedule and all of those kinds of things. But I can search across all the different universities right here. Since I'm only interested in Maine, and Augusta, I'll just select those. Again, I'll do undergrad. I'll do math again. So I want to show you something in there. Okay, so you can see same interface that our guests see. There is a little bit more information when any of these classes. So when I go into, say, this math class here, come on, still give me the detail and so forth. You can see I get the deadlines, but there's a little bit more in terms of deadline in here. Since I'm an enrolled student, it gives me when I can drop and all of those things. Add to my schedule right from here. I can add to cart or to save, or I can enroll right from here. So I'm a student. I can enroll at Augusta because I have done that study away form and been accepted. The other thing you'll see in the schedule for enrolled students, there's other information in here. Notice this little icon. It's this class I'm already enrolled in as an example. So lots of features built into this, but you can see this is a culmination. It's simple, it's elegant, it's used. We've hardly taken any help desk calls in terms of students reaching out. They probably intuitive know how to do this better than most people, but what a hitch in the fall. Congratulations to everyone.
Congratulations to you. Robert, could you, the study away form, so you can't just go immediately, you have to fill out the study away form?
Still have to be
Can you say
admitted
it?
to the institutions you want to take courses in, but we made it super easy by just going to that one form, hitting study away form, and then it gets processed for you, so. That might be
Trustee
something.
Cates.
This is really terrific. This is revolutionary. It's great, it's great. Two quick questions, and I think you told us the answer to this one before, I just can't recall. I'm a student, say, at Farmington. Is there a limit to how many courses I can take in combination at the other universities and still remain a Farmington student?
So, that's a very nuanced question. I'll do this in tiers. There is still a residency requirement as required by our accreditors. So you have to take so many for your degree at your institution to graduate there. In a semester, the way we have the system is you have one bill. We didn't talk about that. So all your financial aid is processed automatically behind the scenes when you enroll in all these classes, which is a big heavy lift. And I forgot to thank Tiff Myery is my team lead back in the back. I haven't introduced her before, but she was responsible for most of the technical lift of this whole thing. So congratulations to her and her team. But so yes, and that's part of the reason of the study away. But more nuanced is there are a lot of rules at each campus about what courses you can take in what order and so forth. And all of those are also honored as well. And that's built into the business logic of the system. So again, you don't see that underneath the, it's just a search interface, but all of that's in there. So universities, two ways. The universities, well, actually, I can show you one right here. See this icon here, some of the seats are actually reserved. And it shows all of that information right there on the screen. So they can reserve seats in a class, capacity for their local students as a priority. But for students, they also, in that study away process, meet with their advisor to make sure they're taking what they need. So it's all of the combinations of those things. And Jeff, did I miss nuance in there? Okay.
And the other question was, I know this is more complicated. I don't know how much this gets worked out here online. Whether a course on another campus is going to be creditable for your major at your campus.
It's a good question. Yeah. So two parts to that, or at least. All the courses are transferable because we're all accredited by the same, but do they count towards your degree is why we really put such an effort and push last year to come up with the degree system. That's a totally other thing. I sort of demoed it a little bit last year. That also was released in part this year, so that when you go to your advisor and you now have a systematic way to build your whole degree plan and what courses count for everything is also auto magic. And I believe that when you tried it last year, you got an error message. You should go back there in there and try it. You should be able to see it now. So.
Thanks. So that's something that gets worked out with advisor. It just sounds more complicated than going on.
Yeah, but because we didn't want it to be, so back in the day, you know, when we went to school, you know, you had a piece of paper and it had your 10 courses on there and you just took them, you know, so it wasn't complicated at all. Well, now you have transfer credits, you have past experience, you have CBE, you have all of these different mixes of things. So advisors generally have to sit down with you to make sure things get massaged out. But it's been manual up until this point. Now you've got a degree planner that has all that information behind the scenes, so you can click a class and see if it does apply to your degree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I follow up? It is phenomenal, so these are detailed questions because you've provoked our curiosity. If I've taken, this may not even be, Calculus 1 at Fort Kent, and I want to take Calculus 2 at UMaine, does that prerequisite count? Or do I have to take Calculus 1 at UMaine to get into Calculus 2, if there even are such classes?
It depends on how they set up the transfer equivalency, but generally what you're saying, yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's very exciting, even if it's the end of the day, and so our enthusiasm isn't quite. But Robert still remains the only
You had a
person.
tough morning.
He still remains the only person, I think, in my history here, to get a standing ovation from the board.
Okay.
So this is very exciting. Any other comments, questions? Yeah, sorry, Trustee McMahon.
If I'm a community college student and I'm looking to plan my degree course, can I get into your system as a student?
As a guest, yes.
No, but I can't, so I can't, before I enroll with you, plan except as a guest. So, because I'm coming anyway because of block transfer, but I'm not in your system yet because I'm still in the.
But you can still, even though you're not enrolled yet, use our degree planning tool as a guest, so that you could build it with the tool. Am I lying?
Terrific. And the fact that you've had so few criticisms, calls is great. Great. Students
I'll
can
be in the
actually
back
use it.
if you want to save those for later. Thank you all. It's good to see you.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Tiffany. It's great. Wonderful work. So hang in there, folks. We have the enrollment report, which we're all very interested in, and 2 resolutions yet to do, so we're near the end.
I'm going to do this very, very briefly. Trustees, you've had access to the full report. I also put together a cheat version, a very short set of slides, but I'll be even more concise here and just walk through just the key points that we thought were worth sharing with all of you today, very briefly. Head count and credit hours are both up for the 3rd year. We're up 2.3% head count, 2.8% credit hours over last year. And I would remind the trustees that 2021 has been a year we've looked at for the last couple of years because it was a high water mark, but it was also a year that reflected COVID deferrals from the previous fall. So 21 was a very good year, but an inflated year. If you account for 21 relative to those deferrals and then look at fall 25, we are very much at the top of our game relative to the last decade or so of enrollment and credit hour generation in our system. If you could go to the next slide. You're at the end. I should go to the beginning. Is this the slide that clicker that Ryan used when he had the flu? Is it? Okay, all right, okay. So that was the overview, and residency shifts. Trustees, this is the most important slide on this very short deck. So tuition residency is the bucket you're coded into for billing purposes as a student. This does not reflect one-to-one on the credit hours you take or any other facet of your student status, but this will show you, if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet, we are growing in online students who are principally entirely taking their classes from us, their programs from us online, including a significant growth in older students, adult degree completion students, and women. Those are the populations where we're growing most significantly. And then, of course, in your pace, which is continues to be a leader of the pack in many respects. Demographic shifts, I just mentioned that briefly. I'll say one thing about this area that I think is important. Did I skip? No, I didn't. Okay. One of the things that the presidents have talked about, and I know that it's of concern to the board, is trying to bring men back into our programs, bring male students back. We have seen so far in the comparatively short history of your pace, more of an even split between the reporting of gender between male and female students and those who choose to answer that question for us, as opposed to other modalities. And we are exploring, we'll be actually asking for help from Ray and from CBEN to try to figure out why that is and to see if we can reproduce some of the strategies that have been used to draw more men into that programming into other modalities of programs within our system. With respect to modality changes, I think this is just designed to give you the raw numbers. The statistic that made most interest to trustees, distance education in all submodalities, credit hours now account for 42.3% of all credit hours generated in our system. We do see that as continuing to go up. That's up 2.3% over fall of '24. The demand, especially among returning adult learners and increasingly out-of-state adult learners who are interested in our programs, it's entirely an online interest that we're seeing from them. With respect to transfer, I can say something good, positive about each of our universities. You're seeing here transfer internal, which is down. Internal transfer, meaning transfer between or among universities in our system, dropping, means that retention is improving and that student success indicators are improving. Students are less likely to transfer, I'm just making this up, from Farmington to USM or the reverse, if they're happy at Farmington or happy at USM with the program they're in and the supports that they're seeing. Community college system transfers are up. I would note significant success from USM. UMA's numbers are up. Farmington, relative to size, has been a leader in transfer, including from the community colleges. And I would also note that the sources are increasing. So it's not just, as an example, USM getting students from SMCC. There's a broadening of students coming into our universities beyond their geographic location relative to where the nearest community college in our state is, and that's good news for all of our schools. I would also note that Canadian enrollment, while representing a modest part of what we are and do, is growing at Fort Kent. It's grown significantly at Orono. UMaine has almost 100 Canadian students the fall of 2025, and it's also grown massively through your pace. And we expect more Canadian growth, not only at Presque Isle, but with the expansion of your pace to Fort Kent and Farmington, we see that coming along very well also. This is another way of reflecting some of the data that I just shared with you with respect to the transfers. And then the one slide about your pace, and I will also note, this is undergraduate in purple and graduate in whatever that orangey color is. And then there's a very, very thin line at the very top, almost not visible here, but very important, law credit hours too. So law, important and not forgotten. notwithstanding President Softly's microphone troubles. Yeah, it's there, it's there. The last thing I'll say about this reporting, Trustee Cates made a request this week, and trustees will forgive me if I don't always find requests for additional data to be the most welcome thing that I'm hearing. But in this case, it was really smart. But we are adding row-level data in all future reports, fall, spring, and summer, for your pace for every category. And then for the 90 credit pilot programs for every category as we begin to see enrollment in those programs. So trustees can see at any point in any enrollment report, here's everything we do excluding early college, excluding your pace, excluding 90 credit, and then you can go back from there and pick up any one of those categories, which is something that's worth doing, and so I appreciate Trustee Cates' suggestion. And then finally, because I promised this to the chair in August, we did use 2 different sources of AI for analysis of this report, and that will be a norm for my office going forward. I also got a third set of AI results unsolicited from Vice Chancellor Lowe, who can no longer help himself. So very useful to get what he shared, and I'm going to get it even if I don't ask for it. So we have an abundance of AI resources helping us to parse the data, and I think we'll be able to give increasingly refined answers to questions from trustees because of those resources. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions
Be
you may
careful,
have.
that's dangerous. We'll say, oh, it's going to be easy, so we'll ask more questions. But I do have a question.
Please.
You report undergraduate and certificate as one number? And could we disaggregate, how many certificate? And I wonder, question 1. Question 2 is, I assume you can disaggregate that for retention purposes, because obviously the certificate thing would skew that.
If the student is enrolled only in a certificate and not also in a degree program, yes, it's harder if a student's enrolled both, although it's rare. Some students are enrolled in a degree program and a certificate program, and then we have to look at their specific course level behaviors to figure out whether they're proceeding in one and not in the other. But I can get that distinction for you.
Just made me worry about, that might make retention look less, not more, but.
Well, on the graduate side, certificates are becoming increasingly important. We just, at the level of the COC, saw more come through for President Rice's Masters of Science in Business program, and that's what students are looking for within graduate level study.
I was trying to see where the growth is and how it compares to sort of traditional. Questions, comments? Trustee Worth.
A bigger question outside of this, and credit to some of the trustees who thought of this last night. I'm paraphrasing from some of their thoughts. When we talk about success, failure, measurement, we're often talking about that in terms of enrollment and numbers. So when I'm looking at this and I'm seeing, growth of 2-point-something% year over year, how does that compare? When we say we are growing that like that, does that mean the University of Maine system is, or does that also include most universities of a similar size in New England also saw similar uptakes? My initial reaction to seeing this is, oh, we're doing something that other folks aren't, we're ahead of the curve. But I think it'd be important for, if others have the answer, great, but I don't internally, are we just treading water at the same pace everyone else is? Or are we ahead or behind of the curve compared to peer institutions when it comes to the types of numbers you're talking about today?
Speaking very broadly, we're doing better than the other New England publics, accounting for all considerations, because the enrollment cliff in Maine is more severe than it is in the other New England states right now. And the drop in high school graduates over the last 10 years has been more precipitous in Maine than it has in the other New England states, if you look at the rate.
But nationally, the numbers are, this spring is up 3.5, I think, undergraduate from the clearinghouse. But New England's a different kettle of fish. Other questions? Trustee Johnson.
Thank you for this. This is great. As you look at these kind of transfer-ins, with the decisions around kind of ending free community college, or at least making it murky for the next little bit, I think those projections have to kind of go back to the original numbers, or whatever they were pre-free community college, right? Because that transfer-in thing isn't going to be it's likely to decline, right? And so when you look at 811 fall 2025, that's a pretty big number against the 25,000 student base. So how are you thinking about that?
That's a great question. So we're looking both at what's the likely enrollment, first-year enrollment in the community college system fall 26, 27, 28? How are they looking in terms of first to second year retention? So we have that population. We also, as you may know, Trustee Johnson, have now a global agreement between the two systems, the Transfer Main Agreement. So there's a warm handoff in advising and student information between community college system and our system for wherever the student wants to go in our system. So we're looking both at what's the total number of gettable students, and then are we growing the percentage of students we capture from the agreement that we've developed, and then are we retaining those students from year 2 and beyond in their programs with us? So we don't know yet is the answer to your question, but we have a plan to do as well as we can. Thank you.
Other questions? Great, okay, and
Thank you.
I did a terrible thing. I'm having a bad day. Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy does have her report to close us out today, so. Do we want to move into the new programs?
Yeah, I was going to say, we have new programs.
We do have new programs, but I said we only had 2 months. I forgot Joan, and it's a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. No, you can't. And I'm on the wrong page. We have a new academic program, Deb at Fort Kent, and I've lost my motions. Jeff, are you queuing anything here?
briefly,
If not, it's okay.
If trustees didn't have the benefit of attending the last ASA meeting, President Hedin has brought forward a small but very strategic complement of new program proposals over the last year. There are 2 more in the pipeline for her coming up in 2026. This program is in some ways complementary to the forestry program that the board approved earlier in 2025. And this was subject of good discussion and some very, I think, on-target questions from trustees during ASA, and President Hedin did a great job presenting it and was supported across the board by the trustees at the last ASA meeting.
Okay, so the University of Maine at Fort Kent is proposing a BS in wildlife management. This degree will build on the university's existing strengths in natural resource management and conservation programs, while enhancing the experiential education that defines our institution. It will also take advantage of the Northern Maine's diverse natural resources and wildlife habitat. UMFK admissions team receives frequent requests for prospective students for some form of animal science degree programming. Approximately 10% of the requests are in this area. Within the University of Maine system, UMaine houses a BS in wildlife ecology, which emphasizes the study of wildlife populations and ecosystems. Differentiating itself from the UMaine program, UMFK's BS in wildlife management emphasizes the practical application of science to manage wildlife populations, habitats, and resources. We have experienced faculty in wildlife, biology, environmental sciences, and forestry, and will not need to hire additional faculty for this program. Thank you. Great. Any questions? Seeing none, the resolution is the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management at the University of Maine at Fort Kent. Could I have a motion? Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Worth. All those in favor? Abstentions? Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Great. And now we move on to the University of Southern Maine program elimination, and I know you will explain to us why the testimony this morning that said this can be delayed, answer that. There was a proposal that could be delayed, and I'm sure you'll address it.
Yes, of course. So USM has initiated the process to eliminate the Bachelor of Science degree in Therapeutic Recreation and the minor in Recreational Leadership. This program was slated for closure in 2014, and over that past more than decade, the faculty have worked very hard to try to reinvent the program and to make sure that there are enrollments in this program. In spite of their very best efforts, students aren't choosing the program, and currently there are 8 students enrolled. There was 1 new student this year, no new students last year, and 6 students who are in the upper division classes. The exercise, health, and sports sciences faculty themselves voted last spring unanimously to suspend admissions into therapeutic recreation. Their plan was to create a track or a concentration within a larger major, and it was a noble attempt to again extend the life of this program. We don't see the possibility for this program gaining new enrollments, and so we're just kicking the can down the road. There are 2 impacted faculty, and per the collective bargaining agreement, they were notified of the plan to initiate the program elimination by the end of October. We thought it was important to notify them before there was broader conversation at the university out of respect for these faculty. The retrenchment, if approved, is effective January 1st. They had to be notified of the intent to initiate this action before the end of October. The faculty have the right to their bargained rights, which would be 18-month severance, or to be put on a recall list where they would be given priority to be rehired within the system. That could include the new Thor major that's being developed as we speak or elsewhere within the system. Resources from this program will be allocated to programs that are growing and will support our vision and our future. We currently have 14 active faculty searches underway. So in terms of the timeline, the APL and the CBA process was followed to a T. We did this is the same action that we followed in January with the elimination of programs at USM and the University of Maine at Fort Kent, with the exception that this one involves personnel. We engaged AFM and the Faculty Senate in this process, although they are dissatisfied with the timing. The timeline was that on October 6th, we gave an intent to eliminate the program that was sent from me to AFM leadership and to Vice Chancellor St. John. On October 15th, we had our first meeting with AFM. On October 20th, the University of Maine System Director of Labor Relations, Ryan Whitlock, notified AFM statewide president, Lydia Savage. On October 22nd, we had a second meeting with AFM, we being myself and Provost Tuchinski and Vice President Jones. On October 30th, the Faculty Senate convened a special meeting related to the intent to eliminate the program. On October 31st, I met with the Faculty Senate leadership. On November 7th, Provost Tuchinski and I met with the Faculty Senate Executive Committee and then with the full Faculty Senate. On November 13th, the Faculty Senate convened a second special meeting to respond to the intent to eliminate the program. I received the document that was distributed this morning to you on Friday. The document is silent on the academic matter at hand. We asked the Faculty Senate to weigh in as we would on the elimination of a degree program and a minor. That's not mentioned explicitly in this document. Instead, the document focuses on process, which we have differences of opinion on, and on personnel, which is not the role of the Faculty Senate, but instead the role of AFM and the administration and of labor relations at the system level. The Senate leadership received our Provost Tuchinski and my written response today. I also want to give some broader context. The University of New Hampshire is also closing this program, and we have light cast data that indicates there are only 2 new openings, meaning 2 new jobs in therapeutic recreation in Maine. It's just not a field that's growing. It's a very difficult decision to make, but the time has come to close this program so that we can reallocate resources elsewhere. The dean has already been working with impacted students. Many were initially concerned, but those feelings were relieved subsequent to individual meetings. Most, if not all, the students will be taught out within the academic and calendar year. All of the students will be able to complete their degrees and will be able to complete their professional certification. The student plans and records will not be widely shared, even though we've been requested to do so due to FERPA requirements, which means they are only available to those who have an educational need to know. I want the board to be assured that I remain committed to following our policies and our rules, and I remain committed to shared governance. I've demonstrated that commitment in the more than 3 years I've been president at USM, and I will continue to do so. I respect the people who hold different perspectives on this decision than I do. I understand this is a difficult moment, and it is one that can lead to better mutual understandings as we continue the hard work of shared governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for President Edmondson? Faculty Representative Clyde Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair Riley. So I don't have any questions for President Edmondson. Obviously, as a member of the Thor Collective, we were surprised, and I think the faculty were surprised when they got their notice of that they were going to be retrenched. I do, and we do as faculty, realize that every campus in the system right now are busy doing the hard work that Vice Chancellor Lowe spoke about and trying to make our budgets balance for the 27 year. All I wanted to note is that there were multiple faculty at USM that were concerned about the shared governance process and early communication, but I was not involved in that, so I can't make any comment. But there was just more a sense of disappointment that it had come to this and there was an opportunity. Thanks.
Trustee Worth, did you have?
Yeah, I think I appreciate the clarifying comments, President Edmondson, and it seems, even from the testimony earlier today, that much of the criticism from faculty was not necessarily so much on, obviously this program is going to grow and be successful, so we need to keep it because it's going to, bump our numbers up. It seemed more to be criticism of the process itself. I don't know if that's the sense that you get as well. On a couple of these, summary of actions that we all got today. So one of them was the, consulting faculty senate at the earliest stage, intent to plan. And I hear and appreciate the timeline you gave. What would be your characterization of consulting the faculty senate at the intent to plan stage? And does that differ substantially policy-wise from the timeline that you laid out as far as when different groups were notified and when different groups got, the official proposal?
Thanks for asking that question. And so, as I mentioned before, our first concern was the impacted faculty, and so we needed to notify them that we were starting this process as soon as possible, and we felt that they should know in advance of the Faculty Senate. The Faculty Senate governance document says that the intent to plan should be initiated with or consulted with so the governance document puts in program creation and program elimination in the same sentence and in the same process, even though they're not the same thing. And so it does say in the University of Maine system governance document that we should be notifying people, stakeholders at the earliest possible moment, given all consideration, and we felt that we did so.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Alexander?
It's not a question, it's just a comment that it is clear that this program has had severe difficulties in being successful for many years. And the actual decision should, I don't understand how anybody could be shocked that this was coming, and it's up to the university system and its presidents to make employment decisions based on their good faith effort as to the budget for their university and the success of other programs. So I am not an expert on the details of the AFM agreement, but it seems to me highly unlikely that that the key people who needed to know knew for a long time.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Chancellor and approves the elimination of the Bachelor of Science in Therapeutic Recreation and the minor in Recreational Leadership at the University of Southern Maine, effective at the conclusion of the fall 2025 semester. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Alexander. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. And Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the clear explanation.
Thank you.
And we now hear from research, we now get to go to research and innovation.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so I know what I'm standing between you and, which is your departure, but thank you, Chair Riley, to give us a chance to just say a little bit. You know, we focus on the full breadth of our teaching mission, generally, of course, and tremendous focus on our financial challenges and our issues and many, many other important areas. And I really appreciate the chance to bring to the foreground our research and innovation and development efforts, in part because we have the tripartite mission of the entire system, which is teaching, learning, and or teaching, research, and service, or put differently in different ways. And I think it's great to have a chance to talk a little bit about this. But my update will be pretty brief. And I will turn to President McDonald for a piece of this as we move along. Very quickly, the federal situation, as everyone knows, has been dynamic over the last 9, almost 10 months now. And a couple of things about that. We continue to monitor very closely within our system what's happening with our current suite of externally funded projects. 96 projects have been restored during these past 9 months, which has just been an amazing process. It's involved many partners and key leaders, both within the university system and within our congressional delegation, and I'm very grateful to them. These were awards that had been paused or suspended. There are still 4 projects that remain paused, and there are 32 that have been terminated, and some of those are full and some of them are partial. But the most important thing I think here is that we continue to monitor and we continue to work with the faculty who are in positions to want to seek external funding. We've also had some good news with the end of the shutdown and the continuing resolution and the appropriations bills that did go into law, with 2 congressionally directed spending awards coming through Senator Collins's leadership, totaling $1.3 million. So the UMaine Forest Health Lab, which is spruce budworm research, will receive $600,000, and the UMaine Machias Early College Student Support Center renovation will receive $750,000. This is because the bill, which is the Ag bill, in which those particular CDS were sitting, has been a part of the CR and passed. So there's more to come, we hope, but we're very pleased with that. So that's just one piece to assure everyone that we're watching carefully. We are consulting widely and I think making good progress under these circumstances. Really quickly here, I wanted to be sure to highlight for the board that a lot of people are working very hard to continue to advance research and innovation activity statewide through what we're able to do in the system, not only within the University of Maine, where that's a major piece of our work, but increasingly with a coordinated and coherent approach across all of our campuses. So this slide has a few examples of the kinds of things that we're doing, some of them coming out of UMaine. So our Office of Research Development is stepping up really all of its services and opening opportunities across the system. We are doing a speaker series that brings in people from across the system to talk about their research. We've had system-wide principal investigator meetings, and we're studying what's going on at the federal level, looking at federal guidance that comes out about the future of research and funding, and then within the state, the Maine Innovation Economy Action Plan. It's a committee that I chair for the state that produces a plan. We're actually looking at an update of that plan out of sequence, doing it a little early because we are very concerned about wanting to address issues for the economy of the state of Maine. The strategic plan for the system has 5 research actions and 15 research goals, of course, written several years ago in a very different climate. And we've learned a whole lot as we're going along with this plan about what to focus on and how to do that well. I'll just point to Action 1, which is about establishing and investing in system-wide infrastructure to grow the entire enterprise. And then I'm going to skip now to Action 4, which is about being an engine for innovation for Maine businesses and so forth. Those two actions, as we've been working through the plan and working with the ideas, and consistent, I think, with what Trustee Kane said about a little bit of stock taking right now and what might we bring to the foreground, what might we say falls in under other features. I think those two really drive what we need to do. These other pieces, these other actions, and many of the goals are sort of underneath that business of expanding what we're able to do system-wide and being an engine for the state. So we have a group that meets, and you've seen this list before, but I like to keep showing it to make it clear that we do have a system-wide set of folks who are diligently working together now to try to think about how they can represent their own individual university and what that university wants to do relative to research, but at the same time think about how we characterize the overall portfolio in a way that's meaningful inside the state and beyond. And several of these people have already been mentioned today for their good work. It's a terrific group, and I just would like to thank them. They're working on an update for the R&D plan that's required by the strategic plan, and they've made great progress. I can skip this one, but there's a lot of good stuff happening. You can look at that more carefully. Skip this one too. We're collaborating. There's evidence of that is here. And I'll come now to the slide that President McDonald will present, the two slides. What we've done is we've asked every campus every member of that research leaders group representing a campus to come back to the group with a couple of slides that characterize what they are up to in research development and innovation, trying to give us a sense of what we were calling the research identities of each of the campuses. Because only if we understand campus by campus or university by university and law school, what that institution sees as its place and role in the overall research ecosystem, then we can do a much better job, I think, of trying to advance what's needed to help that thrive. So I'll turn to President McDonald to talk about UMaine Farmington's strengths.
Yeah. Thank you, Joan. So in some sense, Farmington is at the opposite pole from UMaine, that's the R1 university. We're a teaching institution where our faculty have 4 teaching loads, which means that they're teaching 4 courses each semester. And yet, we still have research, funded research that our faculty are doing in addition to their teaching. And they fall into 3 different categories. You heard from Kate McLeod, Professor McLeod, today about the research that she is doing in special ed. I mentioned earlier the research that we are doing in teacher mentorship. I'll just mention one other in education, and that is our apprenticeship program for early childhood teachers, where they can become certified by working on the job as well as taking courses from us. So education is one of the areas in which we have funded research. The other area is in our science faculty. We have a number of science faculty members who have significant research projects. I'll just mention one of them. Professor Tim Breton has a $500,000 National Science Foundation research grant. He's working with 19 of our students on a project where they're looking at hormone system in fish. And yet from that, there's biomedical information that they are getting that will have implications for schizophrenia and diabetes. So very practical, and it's really a way in which undergraduate students can participate in the research project. And finally, I'll talk about outdoor recreation. We have a grant from the Northern Border Regional Commission for $475,000. What that does is it has created a Western Maine outdoor recreation hub where we are working in partnership with the recreation community in Western Maine. We're developing internships for that industry so that we can build up those businesses. And Professor Mitchell is a member of that department, the Business and Outdoor Recreation. I don't know, Clyde, you want to just say a word about the work that you're doing?
Yes, thank you, President McDonald. So we're very excited. We are in our first year of the grant funding, And so we've been working closely with our industry partners in Western Maine. We've held several career summits where we brought those partners to the campus. We've also brought high school students to the campus as well to meet the industry players. Obviously, we're doing more work. We have a part-time person that we have now hired to work with the CTE programs around New England to bring potential students into the program. And we also have been using a little bit of the money for marketing. So we have a digital marketing campaign as well. But we're very excited about the next 2 years. As many people know, tourism is a very important part of our economy. But in terms of education, tourist and outdoor recreation programs took a really big knock during COVID and haven't really bounced back. So that's really what our focus is, to meet workforce needs. Thank you, President McDonald.
Thank you very much. So we've asked every campus to create a couple of slides of this type, and we have them. And we've had a first meeting to hear from everyone about how they characterize what they are doing. I'm finding this incredibly useful, and there are a bunch of themes that are coming through that I'll just mention. Much of what we're seeing is applied, it's translational, it is experimental development, really. It is using the research and knowledge base to try something. Maybe there is some of that right here. We heard some of it earlier today in the special ed. Using what's known from research to shape an intervention and then going back in and learning from that intervention what it takes to perhaps improve the knowledge base and continue the scholarship. We're hearing a lot of language about networks. Our people are connecting both internally in the system with private sector partners, with state government, and with other universities. The notion of place-based scholarship, it has to happen near where the sites are that afford the opportunity for the data collection and implementation. Much engagement of students consistently across the system, the scholarship of practice, a lot of language that's very familiar in the research and scholarship community that I think we need to infuse more fully into our system discussions. Because we talk about research as shorthand, but really there's much more, there's a strong array of what we're doing here that I think if we can package it right and connect up with the website people and so forth, use as a way to explain our value to the state. Because so much of this is focused on challenges for the state of Maine, the development of the workforce for the state of Maine, and problem solving that is quite specific to us. So with that, I'll conclude. I just wanted to let you know that the research side of things is continuing to move along, and we're very happy always to get a chance to tell you a little bit about it. Thanks too to Jason Charlin for helping to put this set of slides together, and to Sam Warren, who helps us keep track of everything. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, and it's great to have such an upbeat presentation. Trustee Michaud, you can't leave yet, there's questions. Thank you.
Just one quick question. The 20% match for the northern border, was that in kind or did you use cash?
I don't know the answer to that. It's probably in kind.
We got some funding from local businesses for our match. That's how we did it. We have no money that we can match. Let that be clear.
That's a good answer.
We have spent it all on lunch today.
Well, you save so much on heat. All right, we have the consent agenda. Thank you, that was very, all we hear about is all the cuts and all the challenges, and it was really great to hear the positive. In Lisa's absence, I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items, acceptance of the minutes and awarding of academic degrees, the consent agenda items 16 and 17 in the meeting materials. Can I have a second? Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Martin?
Yes.
I think Trustee Kane had to drop off. With that, let me just say a final word here. We meet next January 25th and 26th in Orono, which means between now and then, although these busy people around the table might not notice, there are some holidays coming, and I hope everybody gets to enjoy them. But I do think it's worth taking a minute to just reflect on, we so focus on often the problems we have to solve. And as Thanksgiving approaches, we probably should just take a minute on behalf of the people of Maine and thank everybody who works in the system, from the board to the support staff that just make it happen. And it's really something to be thankful for. So take some time for holidays, please. And with that, we are adjourned.